Good morning, and I wish you a very warm welcome to the Lindsay Stewart Lecture Theatre. And you're most welcome to this third of the conferences, which has been hosted by the Digital Trust Centre of Excellence. This is the International Conference on Digital Identity, Digital Wallets and AI. If you're expecting a conference on travel and tourism, and you are in the wrong place, and you're free to leave now. Our topic, though, really couldn't be more current. Since September, there's been debate that's played out in media around population scale digital identity, and our job today is really to try and pull the try to make the mouse work. Try to help us all in whether we're working in technology, whether we are in working in government and policy, or if we're in the finance industry and interested in the applications of digital identity, to really understand and establish informed views around identity infrastructure, so that we can offer opinions to our family and colleagues when they see these issues played out in the national press. So we are the Digital Trust Centre of Excellence, and we've been founded here in Edinburgh Napier University to amplify the capability that we've got in these technologies right here in Scotland. And many of the companies you'll hear from today are Indigenous, small, medium and large organisations based here in Scotland. And also to a centre reflects the depth in applied research that we have, not just at Napier, but from the other two founding universities, the University of Glasgow and the University of Edinburgh, who are represented by our centre. We brought our centre together, and we represent partnerships with several organisations who are able to bring this capability to bear in applied research and help us drive the adoption of these technologies in industry. That's really what our centre stands for. And it's allowed us to be funded in quite a unique way. We are funded by Scottish Enterprise and are in the process of seeding innovation through an innovation fund that we make available to applying organisations that respond to industry-driven challenges, which you are about which you will hear in just a moment. Our passion, though, is we want to change the way that we work and the way our world is built. I personally would like to live in Scotland where when I go to if I'm unfortunate enough to go to the hospital, then professionals in healthcare can understand my health data, my health records, if I have given them access to that information, where SMEs are paid more quickly and we release liquidity into our economy based on some of the technologies that we represent, and where we can move through countries and environments with the use of credentials that are verified and allow us to give us that flexibility in our economy, in our transportation. And we have, for our first challenge that we issued just a few weeks ago, we have one such problem that we were putting out funding test bed and some very strong partnerships behind to help make happen. And my colleague Vanessa is about to tell you all about it. Vanessa.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Really nice to be here today with you all and everyone on Zoom as well. So I will be telling you a bit about our innovation challenge, which launched a few weeks ago. The topic is simplifying digital financial life. So it's all about how can we make people's lives simpler. I'll tell you a bit more about the problem space so you get an idea of what we're really trying to tackle here. Imagine you go through a bereavement or you're trying to buy a house. In the UK, these systems are really difficult to manage. There's a lot of stuff that you have to organize when you go through these processes. And it's these really times where you're quite vulnerable and where you really need support from organizations that are helping you. But often the processes don't really support and they make your life more complex in the process. So what we're really trying to do is simplify these processes where you have to engage with insurance companies, mortgage providers, banks, and kind of provide documentation, show who you are, identify yourself, prove different aspects of your life. And this challenge is really trying to simplify this process and make it easier for people to kind of navigate those things. So what we are doing is that we've got an application process where startups, individuals, but also SMEs can apply. And we've got a great package of support available to them. So we are offering up to £50,000 to the winning solution to develop their solution. But before you get to that stage, you go through an exploration phase, which is delivered in partnership with Standard Life, who's our sponsor for the challenge. So we're really excited to be working with them to deliver workshops around the technical aspects that driving their decisions, market leaders that are working in the space that deliver these solutions daily and really try and kind of help people through these processes. So the teams that get selected for the exploration phase will have that support from industry to really get access to market quickly, test with customers possibly, but this process is very flexible. So we really want to shape the process around the teams that are applying. So yeah, we're really welcoming applications from a broad range of solutions, looking for things around blockchain, distributed ledger, privacy preserving technology, digital identity, kind of this space. So I figured that the audience here will be quite interested to hear about it as well. We've extended the application window by a week to the 2nd of November. Yeah, 2nd of November, to give you all a chance to apply or maybe spread the word to your networks if you have anyone that's interested that has a solution that they're trying to develop. And the key here is also very early stage ideas are also welcome. So if you have somebody that has a genius idea, please let them know. And what we are seeking is not incremental changes, business improvements. We're really looking for fundamental changes to the systems that we're using, how operations interconnect, how people can interact with the organizations. So yeah, really excited to be working with Standard Life. We announced them as our sponsor a couple of weeks ago. And if you have any questions, there's a QR code up there that you can scan to find out a bit more, but also just chat to us today if you're interested and want to learn a bit more about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. You wouldn't want to apply for such a challenge that has an impact potentially on the economy, on society, in situations that we can all relate to. We've had a number of strong applications already, but you've got just over a week. If you're a company with a solution or an idea in this area, we would love to have you on board to work with us and to have the opportunity to work with an organisation as illustrious as Standard Life. So we look forward to your applications. Now, I want to move on now to the meat of our conference, and it would be irresponsible of me to do so without thanking two sponsors for the day. When we run these conferences, you know, we are not a profit organisation, but we have costs to provide you with coffee and excellent Danish pastries. I managed to stash some over there for myself later on, and to support the costs of running these conferences, we take on board some sponsorship. We're sponsored today by two organisations that have achieved great things over the past several years in Scotland and beyond, with Condatis, who I have known and admired for many years. They're really pioneers in the area of digital identity, and you'll hear. I'll introduce this CEO in just a moment, and also Amiqus, who worked alongside my company, Wallet Services, for many years in Codebase, and have really made some breakthroughs working in the UK around digital trust framework. But first of all, without further ado, I'd like to invite to the stage Chris Tate, CEO of Condatis. Chris, always yours.
All right. Well, good morning. So yeah, I'm Chris Tate, CEO of Condatis. Delighted to be joining you this morning here in Napier. My accent may belie it, but I'm native to here. I've been in Scotland for 27 years. Slightly nervous in such an illustrious company here. Bill Buchanan and Peter Ferry, but also my fellow members of the Digital Trust Network, and working in digital identity. We've been working with Bill Buchanan for a number of years. Many of you will know him for his work in cybersecurity. At Condatis, we specialize in digital identity, but we were privileged to also sponsor a PhD student looking at post-quantum cryptography. And Bill very kindly came into our Condatis offices and gave some masterclasses on some of the work that they were doing. He did preface it by saying this is the equivalent of an MSc in quantum cryptography, and I understood the good morning, welcome. And after that, everything went over my head, but delighted to have that. We can do this. Okay, so a little bit of, some context, why am I here? Not so esoterically, but, why am I here to speak to you this morning? Condatis, we are solely focused on digital identity. We've been working in this space for over a decade, and we've been working really at the leading edge, sometimes the bleeding edge of technology. We did the world's first implementation of decentralized identity at scale for the UK National Health Service, and I'll share a bit more about that later. So, we've been working only in digital identity. Also, just to be clear, we're a software consultancy organization, and we work very closely with Microsoft. I'm delighted to be joined later this afternoon by one of Microsoft's colleagues, Jonathan Burnett, who's going to be speaking about some of the leading work they're doing in artificial intelligence. But in the work which we do with Microsoft, we're one of their Microsoft elite partners, and we get access to some of their private preview work. So either the team in the UK, London, or Dublin or Seattle. So very close collaboration there. And you may not know that Microsoft, along with being obviously a very large software company, is the world's largest cybersecurity company. It's over $20 billion a year. My view is, at last, digital identity is coming in from the cold. I think for many years it's been seen as sort of a nice-to thing in cybersecurity, organizations thinking that it's not core. I'll give you a little bit more context on some of the concerns in cybersecurity, but in my view, it is a core foundational part of a strong cyber implementation. And today, rather than my usual presentations, that anybody who's had to suffer and go through them, I'm not looking to sell the services of Condatis, but really give you more of an overview of what I'm seeing in the market, which is affecting us and our businesses. So a little bit of context. In cybersecurity, let's look at independent view. This is some statistics from the World Economic Forum who meet, and the stuff that's keeping people awake at night. So supply chain. 54% of organizations consider that supply chain challenges are the greatest barrier to them achieving cyber resilience. Geopolitics, we know, is a significant issue right now. And what we see is that 1 in 3 CEOs cite cyber espionage and loss of sensitive information as a key concern for their company. On the evolution of the threat landscape, and that is changing incredibly quickly, what we're seeing is that social engineering attacks are being one of the core aspects. Half of organizations are looking at that as their #1 concern, particularly the interaction with AI. Now, if I look at AI in particular, we can see there's a bit of a paradox here on security. 2/3 of companies are wanting to use AI and have that as a major benefit for their cybersecurity landscape, but only 1/3 have the skills and capabilities to have those in place. And if you add to that the threat of what I call shadow AI, how many AI tools do you know you already have deployed in your organization, and what are they doing? Regulations, not my favorite space, but regulatory compliance is a key aspect. Many organizations work in the regulatory landscape, and cybersecurity and identity are core to achieving regulatory compliance. And last one, workforce challenges. We're here in an academic institution. Bill runs courses, MScs in cybersecurity. There is a significant challenge in having enough people who know about this. Since 2024, the cybersecurity skills gap has increased by 8%, with two-thirds of organizations not having enough staff to fill the roles that are required. So we need to be developing the skill sets of staff to satisfy this in the future. White screen. Okay, so what I find quite exciting here on a white screen is suddenly cybersecurity and digital identity are starting to become people's everyday lexicon. So slightly emotive, we're seeing Keir Starmer say, let's implement digital identity. Now, let me have a chat with me over a cup of coffee, get my personal point of view. I think the next one, quite interesting. We are starting to see UK government issue credentials, and I was just showing somebody before. I'm not sure if I'm the only person in the room, but I have one login and I have a credential. I'm a veteran, so I've got a veteran's digital identity card. If we look across the pond, our friends in North America are rolling out mobile driving licenses. That's going state by state, and it's going to become more ubiquitous. We'll hear more today about the European identity scheme that's coming into force over the next 12 months, and all of our EU cousins are going to have the right to have their digital identity. And then, unfortunately, if we look at the negative side of things, a day does not go past in which we don't see another cybersecurity hack. I've got 3 children. My younger son works for Jaguar Land Rover, and he's not been able to access systems to design work in there, and they say that the impact might be as much as £2.1 billion. Cybersecurity is a real issue for organizations. So what about some of the latest statistics? Microsoft issue a digital defense report each year. Thankfully, not just for my talk today, it was issued for this year last week. Some of the latest statistics I thought I'd share with you. Firstly, identity attacks surged by 32% in the last year. And if you want to know where they target, 39% of them are targeted on research and academia. That's the biggest target vector. UK is second only to the US in targeted countries. So the US 24%, UK 8% globally. Everybody else is further down the list. So we are a key target area. Currently, more than 97% of password attacks are either, identity attacks are either password spray or brute force attacks. The good news is that multi-factor authentication, MFA, can stop 99% of these attacks. So why don't more organizations have MFA implemented as standard? It's simple. Okay, what about cyber trends? If we look at some of the trends which are happening in the market, there is an identity explosion right now. If we look at the ratio of human to non-human identities, that was 1 to 20 2 years ago. It's now 1 to 45. So there are 45 non-human identities for every human identity out there. And that number is only going to get bigger as we consider things like IoT 4.0 and AI agents becoming more widespread in the marketplace. Workforces are becoming ever more digitized, and we've got digital devices, digital domains, digital identities. And all organizations now see that digital infrastructure as critical for us to achieve tasks efficiently. In terms of cybersecurity space, just to more threat vectors and how it's getting worse. Microsoft are dealing with 7,000 password attacks per minute and around roughly 38 million cyber attacks per year. Sorry, per day, sorry. Workload identities in particular are under threat. Since COVID, we've all gone to remote working from anywhere, and the provision of making sure that we know who we are and who's logging on is ever more important. Adversaries are particularly targeting workforce identities because that is the most likely route into an organization, and particularly service-based workloads. So when you're considering the provision of your process flow, when you're implementing digital identity, that cybersecurity aspect is a key threat vector. I'll give you a solution to that a little bit later. So in the question for us in this field, what can we do to develop a resilient strategy, but also not to then constipate an organization saying, well, it needs to be secure at all costs. We need businesses to run efficiently as well as safely. And my suggestion today is that a zero trust protocol can be a solution here. So a little bit more, just a bit more on Gartner. We work quite heavily with Gartner. They're experts in the field, got some amazing analysts. Yes, there is KuppingerCole and Forrester and others. But for a small organization like Condatis, what I find really interesting is to get an external view of what's happening in the marketplace. And these are some views both of cybersecurity, but also I'm going to tell you a little bit more about some CIO trends. Certainly they see that digital transformation is still a core aspect for every business. Pretty much everybody we know works in what I call a brownfield site. You're coming in, you might have had a brown envelope sort of system in the past. You've gone to a green screen, you get into Windows, you now gone to cloud. It's always developing and changing. And we need to be mindful that you don't throw out old systems. You're considering to do an evolutionary change as and when you implement a new cloud-first solution. Secondly, business resilience. In operating a business, whether it's Marks and Spencer's, you've lost 300 million of profit, probably to Next and other competitors, but your resilience to continue to trade is so important. And thirdly, AI. It is both an opportunity and a risk. And what we're certainly seeing, in that cybersecurity landscape is that consideration of how you can use AI most effectively. So if I then look at some of the priorities that we're seeing chief information officers and both CIOs and CISOs, chief information security officers, are the people who are being charged at board level with securing these things. It's interesting. What we say at Condatis, we can do anything, we can't do everything. So what do we choose to do? So what we're seeing is that security resilience is important. I'll go back to one of my earlier slides. Compliance is incredibly important to show that audit trail of how you are implementing a solution which can give you evidence, but also some real basic sort of business aspects, cost management, productivity, business growth, customer experience. Now, you haven't suddenly joined the wrong conference. I'm saying that digital identity can help you deliver improvements in all of those areas. I want to have a bit of a deep dive for a second onto data. So, the man who invented the Tesco club card, Humby, came out with a phrase back in 2006. Data is the new oil. There's value in that. Also, has been further augmented. If you don't refine that data, like oil, it has no value. But if we look at the information security triangle, there are three core principles on data: accessibility, confidentiality, and integrity. And a lot of organizations are on an evolutionary pathway with how they look at and manage their data. A lot of organizations really are just at Web 2.0, looking to make sure that they have correct authentication and authorization around that. But overall, we're looking for organizations to balance the competing needs of keeping data safe, but also accessible. At each step, as we're going up an evolutionary pathway, organizing our data, it's about balancing how you use that. And what I would draw your attention to here are some of the phrases which play very clearly for us in digital identity: access, authorization, authentication, and one of our core values, trust. In setting out how you access that data, it's important that those considerations are borne in mind. Just focusing a little bit on data integrity, because that's an area that I guess is inextricably linked with both AI and digital identity. We're looking here at the accuracy, consistency, and reliability of data through its life cycle. So particularly with identity integrity, we can be, I think, at risk when we start the consideration of AI tools, particularly as they're now starting to be able to make both autonomous and independent actions. So you want to make sure that your data integrity, when it first goes in, is accurate, and you can maintain the accuracy through and minimize errors. But then as it gets processed, what's happened to that data integrity? Does it remain reliable as it gets manipulated and calculated with? What about storage? Okay, so most organizations are cloud first. Certainly we are looking now, whether it's AWS, I think we all saw AWS go down earlier in the week, Azure, GCP, smaller cloud provisions, but making sure that storage integrity doesn't change. Then this last one, draw your attention to contextual integrity. Now, how do you ensure that as you are using that data, its context remains as it was when it was first set out, particularly if you're starting to manipulate it and use tools with it? So let's go a bit deeper for a second on identity. So if I look in the past, digital identity in the past was more structured. It may be centralized, sometimes in silos, and people would consider perimeter-based security as a key standard. For me and our organizations, when we're looking to do an implementation, we are looking for identity to be a business enabler. We might be considering decentralized models. We're looking at regulatory alignment. We're looking at strategic platforms and making sure that businesses are making the right decision on investment. And on the future, we might be considering trust infrastructures, trust layers, maybe even self-sovereign identity, and certainly the use of AI agents. So things are moving on, and certainly zero trust is a core part. So zero trust, what is it? Where did it come from? It's something that's now in digital identity lexicon. It was first coined way back in 2009 by a Forrester analyst, John Kinderberg. And it's defined by the US Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. Let me just read this out. It's pretty dry. Zero trust provides a collection of concepts and ideas designed to minimize uncertainty in enforcing accurate, least privilege per request access decisions in information systems and services in the face of a network viewed as compromised. It goes on to some other stuff as well. It's talking about privilege and access and compromise. Okay, so at Condatis, we're looking at making sure we can implement zero trust in the real world for clients. So what do we think about? Just 4 things. So firstly, verify explicitly. Secondly, use the least privilege, because we're looking to so many organizations. We look at JML, join a mover, leave it. Is that mover piece? As you develop in your organization, you get more and more privileges. Let's go least privilege. And third one, a bit of a weird one, assume breach. Sorry, your assume breach? Well, yes, because then what you do is you segment your data so that as somebody lands and expands, they don't have access to too much data. A statistic which I'll share, which was initially shared under NDA when I was in Seattle at Microsoft, it used to take organizations, a cybersecurity hacker, 2.5 hours to go in and expand across the network. That's now less than an hour. So if you've got a breach, you can, and you don't attack it, within less than an hour, they will have already mined across your network. So assume breach So you minimize the blast radius and you segment your data. And a fourth thing for us is like, okay, that's all of the controls. Now, we also need to make sure it's measurable security and we deliver business outcomes. There's a really great report written by Rebecca Archambault. She used to be the CIO at HSBC Bank, but she wrote about outcome-driven metrics in implementing identity, and she works for Gartner. So there are 16 metrics. Great report if you have a chance to read it. Okay, so let's give some examples. You know, how have we done this for real? Some of you may have heard me talk about this example in the past. This is for the UK National Health Service, one of our most sort of trusted organisations. So the NHS is not one organisation. It is a series of trusts, over 200 around the UK. And as such, staff can't move freely between them. On a paper-based system, it takes between 7 and 14 days to move between. And they have to be able to show identification, medical certifications, and quite a laborious process. NHSX, as was, had a people plan set out in 2018, say over the next 3 to 4 years, we want to implement a digital staff passport to enable staff movement between trusts. And then in March 2020, as we all know, COVID hit. What do they need to do? It's like, hang on, we suddenly need to be able to move clinicians around our estate. We were working alongside one of our partner organizations, Hyett, and they said, could you at Condatis come in and help? I'm like, okay. So Chris Eccles and myself and a few other folk over the Easter holidays came out with a solution, and rather than 3 years, in 10 weeks, we rolled out a digital staff passport using verifiable credentials. So a medical professional can have all of their training credentials and medical accreditations on a verifiable credential held on a smartphone. And the time to move is not 7 to 14 days, it's 27 minutes. That's what I'm talking about, outcome-driven metrics. And that's where you implement a zero trust protocol. But look at the next one. This is a moot point right now. Financial organizations are dealing with huge sums of money. And one of our clients here is a large investment bank. They deal with nearly £100 billion at any one time. And they're also dealing with different identities. So they had a concern that particularly people were focused on access to service desk personnel. So there've been some amazing examples of that, bad examples. So the MGM Grand was hacked September 2 years ago. They shut down the casino and hotel for a month. Now, if you're anti-gambling, maybe that's a good thing. It cost them $100 million for a month shutdown. More recently, Arup, the big services organization, were defrauded. They were told it was their CFO asking to do a transfer in Hong Kong. Cost them they transferred $25 million because it was a social engineered hack on that one individual. It's believed, and I'm not sure about this one, but it's believed that the hack on Marks and Spencer's was again related to a social engineered hack on that individual, so he would then release username and password information. What we've come out with at Condatis is the use of a verifiable credential plus a biometric, and that will then, if you're asking to do an elevated permissions transaction, you have to prove who you are. You will have your credential on your device. The person at the other end can ask you to prove that, and then you do a biometric, and it has to be you at the other end. And we're now already implementing this for a number of financial organizations. Very quick and easy. We actually did the first one of these over the Christmas holidays last year because the CEO of a financial organization had his identity compromised. The last example I give is a very large Anglo-German holiday company with whom we're working. They have nearly 40,000 staff spread over 11 countries. And this is where we're looking to do platform consolidation. So a lot of organizations have built up layer after layer of identity platform. It's a little bit like buying a Victorian house and going to the wallpaper. It's like, hang on, how many layers I've got in here? You don't need 7 or 8 layers of platforms. You need a well-structured, well-organized layer. What we've come in here is to do a strategy review, look at those aspects of zero trust, or verify explicitly, least privilege, assume breach, and make sure that we are giving metrics for service improvement, and then come in and implement a platform called Microsoft Entra Identity Governance, and we're rolling that out across 11 countries, and it's the leading implementation globally. And I'm running a little bit late on time, but just I want to talk a little bit about AI. It can be a strategic enabler without question, and certainly some of the speed with which it can deal with identity detection and threat response is incredible. Some of the manual processes we used to have done and now automated are fantastic. It also can strengthen, I guess, some of the platforms around access policies and risk-based decisions. From my point of view, it's augmenting the work that humans are doing rather than replacing. It shouldn't be seen as an alternative to human. It's augmenting and making some of those decisions quicker and better. But it comes with risk. Just go a little bit technical for a second. MCP. I don't know if people understand how AI agents work. I'm not going to profess to know that in detail. But as we roll out more and more AI agents, it might be interesting for you to understand that MCP, Model Context Protocol, is the interoperability tool for AI agents. It has very, very limited security. It needs to be carefully considered before you or your organization roll out more AI tools, because they may be making autonomous decisions in your data and the context and integrity of your data without you giving that control. You need to think about audit trails, sandbox environments, and then inconsistent behavior. I'm nearly at the end. What I would encourage you to think of in AI is, firstly, do you know how many AI agents you've already got out there? And what are they doing? And generally, think of your AI agent just as another identity. It's a non-human identity, but would you allow a new employee to have access to all of your data set day one? You know, the CEO's emails, the accounts, the HR files? Hell no. So why would you do that with an AI agent? You start at the basics with identity management and access controls. There's a very good blog written by a Microsoft corporate vice president, Igor Sankov, who's also one of their deputy CIOs, looking at the provision of AI agents and how they get rolled out in organizations safely. So what? So I think in the moment, what I see in the market is there's a huge amount of market consolidation. We've seen Palo Alto acquire CyberArk. We are seeing Thoma Bravo acquire a lot of cybersecurity companies. So there is market consolidation. And I think certainly organizations considering updating their platform should look at best in class and what's required. I guess the pace of change in AI is only going to go faster. So in our discussions with other security leaders, they will not say what they think is going to happen in 12 months' time. We're looking at 3 or 6 months' time because the pace of change is so fast. I firmly believe that identity is no longer out in the cold. You know, it's come now to be a core foundational part of a strong cybersecurity consideration, but also, hopefully, you've seen a little bit today, it can be a business enabler. It can make your business more effective, more resilient, better able to operate going in the future. It also should really, from my point of view, be a strategic investment. You should be able to go to a CFO and a COO and say, I'm doing this, I'm going to spend this money, and there's an ROI, there's a return on investment. There are key performance indicators that are going to show me that my business is going to operate better by having this. And finally, I'll give you some recommended reading. I get a lot of stuff in my inbox, a lot of it's junk. But one thing I was really impressed with was just last week, the UK National Cybersecurity Centre report, shared their report. It's called Time to Act, okay, from which the last quote is taken. And their CEO said, for too long, cybersecurity has been regarded as an issue predominantly for technical staff, some of us. This must change. All business leaders need to take responsibility for their organization's cyber resilience. And it's a really good report. Normally, government reports, from my point of view, a lot of white paper, a lot of text. This has been written with industry, for industry, and can help you. And yes, certainly within that, there's a whole chapter on digital identity. Thank you very much. Hopefully that has set a bit of a context. Please, I'm around today. I've got some colleagues with me. Big thank you to my marketing colleague, James Young, who made the presentation a hell of a lot more engaging than a bunch of boring slides. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well done. Excellent to hear how Condatis have moved on through travel and finance and your original work in the NHS. So great to see your program. Understand a little bit about resilience, the AI opportunity there. Later on in the conference today, we'll hear kind of both sides of that. Nick Lambert, Doc, will talk about the decentralized ID and agentic AI. And closing the keynote, Microsoft, John Burnett, will talk about some of the opportunities with cybersecurity. So I was playing for time a little bit there, but Bill seems to have got the clicker installed. So we have a clicker, so hopefully things will be a little smoother now. So Chris talked a little bit there about interoperable trust frameworks, and I'm delighted now to welcome Jake Bowen-Bate to the stage. Jake is leads product in Amiqus, who've been involved in the UK trust framework for several years as they've developed their products and solutions. And Jake is ideally positioned to tell us about their recent work. And I'll hand the stage to you, Jake.
Thank you very much, Peter. So yeah, thank you very much for having me. And that's me. I'm Jake Bowen-Bate. I'm product lead at Amiqus, and my responsibility is to oversee all of our product development and our product functions. So I lead product management, user research, and design. I've been at Amiqus for almost exactly 2 years. In fact, it was my anniversary last week. And prior to that, I spent quite a lot of time in a number of different tech startups and global organizations, especially working in the national security and defense space and identity verification. And then for the first half of my career, I spent as a project manager working in digital marketing, so something completely different. I'm also an Army reservist. I'm not yet a veteran, so I don't yet have my veterans card, so I haven't been able to see what that experience is like, but I'm looking forward to that when I finally do leave the Army. And I actually work as an Army reservist. I work over at the City of Edinburgh University Officer Training Corps, which is just like a mile in that direction. And a lot of our cadets there are from Napier, so really nice to be here. And in fact, we every year run a leadership event for Gold Armed Forces Covenant Award holders, of which Napier is one. So for the last 2 years, I've worked with a syndicate of Edinburgh Napier PhD students, which has been really nice. And there's my group last year. They seem to be having fun despite the pouring rain. But as Chris will know, if it isn't raining, it isn't training. So that's me. And then Amiqus, the company I represent, they're also celebrating an anniversary. It's 10 years now since Amiqus was founded. They're a Scottish company headquartered in Leith, so not far from here, and founded really with the vision and the ambition of making it easier for people to access regulated industries online, which is not always as easy as it should be. It certainly wasn't easy 10 years ago, and in many respects, it's not got a lot better since then, although Amiqus is doing a great deal, along with other companies, many of whom are represented in the room today, of making that a little bit easier. And before I move on, I'll pose a few questions. You don't have to put your hands up, partly because if no one puts their hands up, it kind of takes the wind out of my sails, but at least have it in the back of your mind. Whether there's been times where you've been trying to sign up for a service, maybe, trying to use a professional service, and they've asked you to send over documentation like a passport by email, and you've sort of felt that doesn't feel secure. Or maybe you've been doing something like perhaps buying a house, renting a property, renting a flat, and you've had to sign up for a few different services to do that, and you feel like you keep providing the same information to different people over and over again, and you've asked yourself why. Or maybe you move jobs a little bit. Maybe you're a contractor and you move jobs quite frequently. You've been to a couple of places and you keep having to go back to your past employers to get references again. And again, you might feel like it could be easier than that. It shouldn't work that way. And so I'm going to talk a little bit over the next 20 minutes or so about some of the things Amiqus is doing in this space to try and improve that experience for everybody, and very much our ambition to bring some of the principles of the trust framework and digital ID and go beyond the trust framework to improve outcomes for people, obviously, and commercialize that for our benefit. I'm sure, knowing the audience, that a lot of you will be more than familiar with the digital identity and trust framework. So I don't want to patronize people, but I will just quickly talk about this because it's at the heart of what we've been doing, and certainly the way we started out. And as the title of my talk suggests, we do intend in the long term to go a bit beyond that. The DIATF is intended to set the standards for what a good digital identity would look like. There's a good practice guide, GPG 45, which sets out how you can create, verify, and rely on digital identities of all different kinds, whether that's just simply verifying who somebody is or verifying particular information about them in different contexts and so on. It's very much intended to encourage reuse of those identities, and this is one of the things that's central to the work that companies like Amiqus and others are doing in this space, of making it easier for people to reuse identities, so they're not constantly sharing the same information over and over again. It's intended to make it easier to share information in a secure way, and one of the examples that often comes up, and many of you may have the experience of needing to prove your age, for example, perhaps in person in a bar. It's quite a long time since I've been asked for ID in a bar, which is a shame, but it does happen once in a while. And many of us will just reach automatically for our driver's license, perhaps, because that's a document we carry around, and you hand it over and you prove your age. And we don't think twice about the fact that that document has our address on it. And why do we need to be handing over our home address when we want to prove our age? And one of the things that the DIATF wants to encourage is allowing people to provide only the information that they need and to have that securely verified without having to sort of give over a whole load of additional personal data. It's designed, of course, to encourage security and trust, and to make sure that when you're engaging with these services, you can rely on them, and you know who you're giving your identity to, how they're using it. And of course, crucially for us, it's very much designed to encourage innovation, and the concept is not to lock people down and to dictate what they can and can't do, but to give them a framework within which they can be confident that they can innovate and take innovations to market. And that kind of sets me up for what I want to talk about, because what we're trying to do is, we hope, somewhat innovative, and is enabled by the trust framework to a large extent, but not constrained by it. And how it works, I could spend hours talking about GPG 45. In fact, I couldn't, because I'm not an expert in it. Other people could spend hours talking about GPG 45, but I'm going to boil it down to one slide. And essentially what it dictates is looking at documents that you collect from people, or documents that you want to verify, and scoring them on these 5 attributes. So firstly, strength of the document. Do we think it's the kind of document that would be difficult to forge? So an obvious example is, we can be very confident that passports are very difficult to forge or to counterfeit, whereas a utility bill, for example, is pretty easy to counterfeit. That doesn't mean you can't use a utility bill to verify information, but we just have a clear understanding of where that falls on the kind of strength scale. The next thing is the specific document in front of us genuine? So can we be confident in its validity? What have we done to prove that it's genuine? What kind of security features does it have? And what steps have we gone through to demonstrate that? The middle one, activity history, is maybe a bit more of a surprising one, but it's about looking at whether the identity that we're trying to verify has existed over a period of time. A brand new identity that we can find no trace of in the past is obviously more suspicious than one where we can see a bit of an activity history for it. And in addition, whether that activity history has itself been verified. So we might look at the headers on a credit report and see whether somebody has a credit history, not because we mind about their financial activity, but it gives us a sense that they have actually existed over a period of time. The fourth one is the identity at risk of fraud? So we can look at whether it's been reported as subject to identity theft, whether there are fraud markers against it, things like that. And then finally, verifying that the person that we're engaging with is actually the person that's claiming that identity. And that could be as simple as they bring their passport to you and you look at their face and you look at the passport. For us, and I'm sure Yoti's in the room somewhere as well, they do similar things. We look at using a face scan and motion liveness and automatically comparing the person who's conducting the check with the document. And we take those 5 things, they're all scored between either 1 and 3 or 1 and 4. That gives us a score for the quality of the document. And then using a number of documents, we can build up an identity profile of a different strength. So one very weak document will give us a very low strength identity profile. Very high strength documents or multiple documents of medium strengths could give us a higher profile. And you end up with an identity that's either low, medium, high, or very high in strength. And we can then use those for different purposes. At Amiqus, what we mainly do is we look at getting either a medium or a high strength profile and using that then for either proving right to work or for running DBS checks. So that in a nutshell is how the DIATF works. And you can be certified under it. We're a certified, what was called an identity service provider. It's just changed under the new version to a digital verification service, a DVS, but IDSP is still the term in my head. That certification, it's not required to create good identities, to follow the DIATF, to follow Good Practice Guide 45, doesn't require certification. So there will be many people creating, using, verifying, relying on digital identities who aren't certified under the DIATF. But certification allows you to do specific things. So to be relied on for right to work, you have to use a certified IDSP or DSP. Similarly, if you want to run a DBS check, and a new one that's come in, you may be aware, all directors of companies on the Companies House will soon have to be have their identity verified. And again, that will require it to be done by somebody certified under the trust framework. So that's why we've pursued certification. Here's a little bit of a timeline. So probably won't be a huge surprise that this kind of rolled out pretty rapidly during COVID. Not to say it was prompted by that. I'm sure a lot of these things were well underway before then, and many of the concepts here had been thought about for a considerable length of time in different countries as well. But obviously, like so many things, COVID accelerated stuff that was happening already, and it became clear that there needed to be ways to remotely prove somebody's identity, to demonstrate their right to work, and so on. And so very quickly, that became a possibility in February 2021. They then updated that slightly in August. The formal beta launched in June 2022. That's been running for almost 3 years now, and or a little over 3 years. And then they finally just moved to the Gamma, and then we'll be going to the full version 1 next year. And during that extended period, there's been a lot of engagement with people like us who use this, with organizations that rely on it. The government has done a really great job in this respect of understanding, adapting. Every time a new version comes out, it comes with little tweaks and enhancements, and there'll be some further changes coming out, including bringing in the concept of the holder status, so people who can hold digital identities on behalf of individuals, which is something that Peter touched on at the beginning, and we're very interested in. We were, amongst many others, and certainly not unique in this, we were an early adopter and early to getting certified for a few reasons. The big one, of course, for us is it creates trust in what we do. And even though there are many use cases that we operate in, particularly in the financial services, legal services space, when we're doing KYC checks, anti-money laundering checks for our clients, where certification isn't required, but having that certification helps people to trust us, and data subjects are engaging with us to trust us as well. The really key thing for us, though, is that we feel we have a platform advantage, and we want to create an advantage through our platform. So not just being a point solution of saying we can identify somebody's identity, we can prove their right to work, we can run a DBS check, but we can bring all of these things together into a coherent platform that allows our clients that are relying on that to see more information about somebody. And that will lead on to the eye to the future, and what I am eventually going to get to in this talk, the exciting bit of what if we have all of those things together, not just the individual aspects of somebody's identity, but a coherent identity that can meet a use case that we can then allow that person to make portable and to take from place to place, instead of having to constantly be uploading the same documents or having the same pieces of information verified. And here is a hugely oversimplified version of our workflow. I'm a product manager, so oversimplifying things is what I do. This this is definitely oversimplified, but for the sake of this presentation, broadly speaking, what we've been doing up until today is clients come to us, they want to run a check, maybe for, in this case, BPSS, which is the baseline personnel security standard. That's the basic staff vetting standard that all government agencies will do. They will tell us what checks they want to run. We get that data, or information, or documents from our data subjects. We process and verify those through whichever sub-processes or the mechanisms we want to use. And then we give that back to the client, and they say, tick, 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 yes, this meets our requirements for BPSS. And in that respect, and touching a little bit on some of the things that are coming down the track from government that we've been tracking, we've always been pretty agnostic as to how we verify things like identity or right to work. At the moment, we can do identity using physical documents, mostly passports, driving licenses, national ID cards. But the government intends to roll out a digital driver's license. I think they're still planning to do it by the end of the year, although obviously there have been some changes in their timelines on that. And that will just become another thing that we plug in and that we can verify somebody's identity through. Similarly with right to work, and I won't delve too much into the government's plans on that, mainly because they're still a little bit unclear. But at the moment, we validate right to work through either a passport or a share code. If the government brings out a new digital identity document for right to work, then we will bring that into our platform. And similarly, DBS, they've said that by the end of this Parliament, which is to say by the end of 2027, there will be digital DBS as well. And again, we look forward to just being able to verify that. So all of those things just become another way for us to verify individual pieces of an identity. But the problem with this, and going back to that question I asked at the beginning, is people are constantly having to provide the same piece of information. And we're very lucky that we have a really good footprint in Scotland, and a lot of regulated companies in Scotland use us. But that does also create an odd situation where, for example, if somebody's buying a house, they might well be engaging with 3 or 4 companies, all of whom use Amiqus. They're going to a conveyancing solicitor, maybe an estate agent, maybe a mortgage provider, maybe a home insurance company, and all of them are running the exact same Amiqus check on them, but they're just having to provide the same information again and again, and that doesn't feel like the right experience for those people. So we think, well, what about if we could process and verify that information, provide it to the client, of course, as they've requested it, but also give that verification back to the data subject, to the individual, and say, we've verified your passport, or we've verified your right to work status, and you can now hold that verified piece of information in your secure wallet so that you can then provide that back again in the future when you're asked for it. And don't worry, this gift does loop. So if you miss the start of it, it'll just go around again. This is an example of what our wallet is going to look like, where somebody has had a passport verified through us, probably requested because they were going to a job or signing up with a law firm, and they're then told that passport's been verified. You can now hold that in your wallet, and you'll see there at the top, they now have that verified passport in their wallet. And that then, of course, allows them, next time they go through a check, reduces the number of things that they need to process and verify through us. So now that identity, that right to work, maybe that DBS check, if that's digital, those can then just be provided straight through. There's no need for them to keep re-verifying it, keep going and digging in a drawer for their passport, keep re-uploading it, and so on. And again, another little GIF of what that looks like. And again, don't worry, it'll loop round. It's pretty quick, which is the point. They're asked for a passport. They've already got a verified passport. They click on it. They quickly do the motion liveness again to that point of, let's just double check it is the right person in front of us that's doing this check. And then they can submit that straight through. But of course, that doesn't have to end just with the items that we can do under the digital identity and trust framework. There's no reason, once you've verified your address with us, and we've got that, that's not going to change. Your prior address, the place that you lived, for 3 years, 5 years ago, that's a fixed piece of information. And once we've verified it, you should be able to keep that verification and just keep re-providing it instead of needing to constantly be finding utility bills or redoing a credit check or whatever else might be needed to prove your address. And similarly with references, and again, if you do move jobs a bit, you start to know that you keep having to go back to your previous line manager and say, I'm sorry, I need another reference again. And why? Because that's a fixed piece of information. The fact that you worked there is never going to change now. And if we verified it securely, we can then give you that verification. You can keep it in your wallet and you can keep providing it back. So now the next time you go for a BPSS check or something, as in this example, all of that information can just be very quickly provided through. And here's just another little example from our wallet today of people uploading an address, and that can then be verified and stored. And so obviously you can then go to multiple different organizations, provide all of that information really quickly, securely, only give them what they need to run their check. And then we could add on other items. So it wouldn't take much to add from that and give you what you need to have an AML or a KYC check run. So perhaps a PEPs and sanctions or a watch list check, maybe a source of funds check, and then you meet what you need for the AML use case. And you can go to all these law firms. And if you are buying a house and you're being checked by 3 or 4 different professional services firms at the same time, that's all much quicker. And there should be a little video, here we go, of roughly what this could look like. And this is a little bit future state, a little bit of vision. The first part is what our Amiqus platform looks like for clients. So when they're ordering checks, instead of ordering a load of different checks, they just say the use case that they want to meet now. So they could just say, I'm running a BPSS screening, or I'm running an AML check, and then that goes. For the candidate, that then comes to them in their wallet. They're told what data is going to be requested from them, but instead of them having to fill out a dozen forms, they've got all that information there. You can see when it clicks through to their data at the top, they've got their pre-verified passport. It'll scroll down at the bottom. They've got some references pre-verified because they've already gone through. We don't need to take those again. They can just submit all of that one go, and then that meets the standard. And then from the client's point of view, then all of that information will come back much more quickly, automatically verified in a few minutes. And you'll see, again, on the client side of the dashboard, as that information comes through, everything being checked off one by one, and then that person is confirmed as meeting the standard. They're not needing to redo identity checks. They're not needing to fill out a load of information again. They're not needing to provide information that isn't strictly required. And all of this can then be made portable and given to 3 or 4 different organizations if it's all part of the same process. And finally, I'm pretty much at time, but I think we've also got back on schedule, which is good. I'll leave you with a little vision of the future of what this could look like. And hopefully, if you've had that question that I posed at the back of your mind from the start, or you've got an experience of how painful it can be going through some of these checks, this is what we hope the future state could be, where you come to, and this is an example of a staff vetting platform, but it could just as easily be when you're signing up with a law firm or signing up for a mortgage. You have the choice. Do you want to, take half an hour to fill out a load of forms and then take 2 weeks to get the results? Or do you want to connect your wallet where all of your data is there, it exists, it's pre-verified? You connect your wallet, it goes through the steps, it knows what data you've got, it knows which pieces are verified, it knows what the client's asked for, everything's done, and you're straight in. And that is our long-term goal, giving that information or the ownership of those verifications back to the data subject, making it quicker and easier for them to take that around, take it to different use cases, and obviously making it much less painful as you're signing up for things. So that is it. That is our dream for the future of digital identity as we move on from the trust framework. That's me. Do feel free to scan the QR code if you want to add me on LinkedIn. I will be around for the rest of the day. Would love to answer questions or chat to people more on the breaks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jake. It's really excellent to see you and Callum and the team and the progress that you've made in bringing that wallet to market with such a strong base of customers. And it's intoxicating to see that that convenience as we move through digital life, which gives me the opportunity to invite for the next session our panel on international experiences around digital ID. I'd like to invite to the stage, and in fact, I think Vanessa will help you get mic'd up. Firstly, Rannar Park, tervist Rannar, Melder Putvada. And Rannar joins us from the E-Estonia Briefing Centre. He's travelled all the way here from Tallinn. Rannar, I'll let you take a seat, perhaps one of the chairs at the back there.
Absolutely.
And Rajesh, feel free to. It's reluctant to get up there. We're comfortable. And Rajesh Kumar, who's founder of TrackGenesis and also part of our Digital Trust Task Force in Scotland. We've been working for the past 2 years to help Scottish enterprise and their interventions around these technologies in the Scottish economy. So they form the in-person part of our panel. Josh, feel free to take a seat next to Rannar. But we also have online and on Zoom joining us from the United States. We have David Kelts, who is with Decipher ID. He's been working around mobile driving license in several states within the USA. And we also have Banerji, who is again part of our Digital Trust Task Force here in Scotland, and she is a warrior for inclusion in the financial industry and some of the benefits that digital identity can bring. I'll allow our panelists to introduce themselves in just a moment. However, first of all, I'd just like to set the scene for our panel over the next 30 minutes. We're at quite an interesting juncture. Identity cards and digital identity have been quite a polarizing issue in the UK, which is strange because we all use digital identities every day, which are just provided by different organizations, not necessarily provided by national governments. And yet it is still such a controversial and divisive issue. It became particularly concentrated just in late September when a mandatory digital identity scheme was announced by UK government around an interesting use case around the ability to demonstrate the right to work, right to rent in the UK. And it's probably fair to say there's been a little bit of a backlash since from various different parties. From the tech industry who are familiar with the matter, who quite rightfully point out that there is a pre-existing digital identity framework, which some of the companies today here today are already active in, but also from policymakers and politicians who feel that the illegal migration use case is probably not the horse to back trying to win support for population scale deployment of a national digital identity scheme. And closer to home, our devolved government in Scotland was quite quick to point out that they have been working on a digital identity scheme for several years now, and I'm delighted to say that the Scottish Government's Chief Data Officer will join us after the break to tell us a little bit about their plans. But they were quick to point out that the mandatory basis was certainly not in their plans. And I checked last night to see a petition on the UK Parliament website, which shows about 3 million, I think it was, just under 3 million, that signed the petition around no to ID. And I think that from that original policy announcement back in September, our UK government has had to perhaps retrench and reposition their plans around digital identity. And Bill and I actually noticed last night that there's some new communications which were issued actually late yesterday afternoon from the House of Commons Library, which clarified that initial communication on exactly what was becoming mandatory and the non-centralized and non-tracking nature of the UK government's plans. So it's with that in mind that I'll now join our panel. Gentlemen, I think you're all mic'd up and ready. Rannar, in fact, why don't I'll get a bit cozier. Let's sit. Can our remote panelists hear us?
Yes.
And good. So just before we kick off a panel around these international experiences, I'd like to give our panelists just a few minutes to introduce themselves and their area of expertise. I'm not quite sure what order we have these slides in, so it looks like Rannar, you're up first. So Rannar, over to you for 2 minutes.
Of course, not going to take too long, but of course, pleasure to be here and to share the Estonian view, where I'm very well aware that the word mandatory is perhaps the most worrying part. That if a state says that something is mandatory, that raises a lot of red flags in everyone's head. It creates a lot of tension and, of course, discord. So from the Estonian side of things, where the quote-unquote mandatory electronic identity was implemented 23 years ago now, there are quite a bit of there are a number of success stories. And of course, being arguably one of the more digital states in the world, we've also managed to make every single mistake that that many other countries are either fearing or that the countries are kind of not quite they're hesitant about. So where my expertise comes in is that I'm an ardent kind of believer in the power of education, that digitalization for the sake of digitalization does not actually matter. What matters is that the citizens themselves understand the benefits. So if you say something is mandatory, let's start with why. Why is it mandatory? Why should I trust the government? No one should trust the government blindly, of course. So that's where the kind of Estonian viewpoint hopefully comes in handy.
Thank you, Rannar. And I think we have my colleague Dia, who is joining us from London today. Dia, could you introduce yourself and where have you managed to find the quiet spot today to join us?
I have indeed. I'm actually staying at a friend's, so hopefully there'll be no kids running in. If they do at some point in time, please forgive me. But thank you very much, Peter. And thank you, Rannar. That was a really, really interesting viewpoint on Estonia. So yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Banerji. I am CEO, co-founder of Cherpa.ai. It's a voice-first financial coach for women. Prior to this, I've worked in financial services for over 20 years. My last role was with Standard Life Phoenix Group, where I used to head proposition, serving 9 million customers and 200 billion in assets. My current focus really is on building citizen-centric digital services, trusted AI, and I'm really, really passionate about financial inclusion, and which is why something like digital identity is very, very close to my heart, especially about what it means for society. So when I look at identity, I think of it as a basic human right. The World Bank says there are nearly about 1 billion people across the world today who don't have an officially recognizable identity. And if you think about what that really means, it means they can't prove who they are. It's almost like they don't exist. So they cannot open a bank account, they cannot access healthcare. And I think if done right, digital identity has an opportunity to fix this. But that done right is a really, really important thing, right? Because doing it right means it builds trust, it reduces friction. But if it's done poorly, it not only can deepen the problem, it can probably increase the depth and the width of the problem that stands today. So I think when I look at the success of any digital identity, I don't think of it in terms of its technology elegance, which I think that's obviously very, very beautiful. But I also think about how many people have been left behind, not just how many people are signing up for it. So when people, who initially couldn't prove who they are and were initially excluded from society, if they are brought back into the fold, then to me that is a success. And that's why I kind of focus on agency. So giving people control over their identity is really, really important. And that, you look at financial services, again, the same, there's a big barrier to identity checks. So I think today there are many people who don't have passports, they don't have driving licenses. Sometimes people don't even have the same address, and they find it difficult to prove who they are. So to me, digital identity is a public infrastructure. And if we design it around trust, around agency and inclusion, it can connect people and it can give opportunity instead of locking them out. So I guess in the discussion today, that's what I'd like to bring about, is how can we make identity work for everyone? Thank you.
Thank you, Dia. And we'll pass on to, in fact, Rajesh. Rajesh, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Peter. And hi, everyone. My name is Rajesh. I'm a founder and CEO of a software company called TrackGenesis. We are based in Scotland. We specialize in blockchain technology, and I'm a blockchain architect as well. So I'm very interested in the trust and technology, how it works together. I born and brought up in India. I moved to Scotland about 20 years ago. So I got the chance of living before and after the implementation of Aadhaar, which is the national digital identity in India. So I see personally the benefit of the Aadhaar, and the daily life in India, how was beneficial there. It started in 2009. The Aadhaar, it originally created as an identity for the people who lives in India. It was not really mandatory, and it's verified through the biometrics. And then later on, government started using this Aadhaar, integrating with the other services. For example, if the government wanted to subsidize something or give a benefits to the people, they send the money to the bank account which is connected to the Aadhaar. And also other services like a unified payment interface, UPI. So people can connecting their bank account using the eKYC of the Aadhaar. So basically, if you have a mobile phone, you can simply transfer the money between other people using a mobile phone without having any other sophisticated system. And also, Government of India introduced DigiLocker, which is basically you can put all your government documents in one app, so you don't really need to carry all these things. So all these benefits made people to adapt this the Aadhaar. So basically, it was not mandatory because the benefits the people are getting from this Aadhaar, that people are started adopting that, and now more than 1.3 billion people using Aadhaar card. So from a technology perspective, it's not just an identity system, it's more like a platform. There are lots of software system, government software system using Aadhaar for eKYC. It makes it much more easier, it's the API system and all. So I'm really excited to share my experience with the other, and also excited to hear more from the others. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rajesh. And finally, over to you, David.
So I'm David Kelts. I've been fortunate to be able to work for about a dozen years now on digital ID systems and on mobile driver's license with some of the original prototypes that we did with the state of Iowa in the US for mobile driver's license and on the ISO standards for this. I was responsible for the rollout of Utah's mobile driver's license program and the sort of starting of the ecosystem there. And I worked with California. I have some associates now who worked on the California hackathon to try to build up use cases for this. I'm now an independent consultant building ecosystems for for different economies. And I run a group called the MDL Jumpstart Group within the Secure Technology Alliance. We have 50, 60 people that are trying to publish information on ecosystems, how you get relying parties into identity ecosystems, how they accept mobile driver's license. And I'm going to take a couple minutes to just kind of dig into this one slide, because this is kind of an overview slide of a longer presentation that I can make available on some of the things we've learned in the US on building mobile driver's license ecosystems and how this comes together. And I have an approach to this that I call kind of building gravity or a pull mechanism. Top of the list here is that every time a communication comes out, some message about the privacy advantages, especially over physical cards, has to be included in this. I would liken this to, and I don't want to harp on the mandatory comments that have already been made, but I'd liken this to, if you're meeting somebody and dating, you kind of like, once you turn them off, you've got an enemy. And it's really hard to come back to this. So it's key that you understand who your constituency is and include that privacy messaging right from the start. Any press release, any event that goes out. We did this in Utah, and we still had groups that came to the state capitol to try to stop digital identity. And I think you have to realize the context of this, and what people give people choices in it. This is always an ecosystem collaboration approach, in my opinion. You are trying to attract companies in, especially relying parties, because people need a place to use it. And once you do this, you're gathering more mass and you're building gravity that's going to pull others in. And like I said, this is sort of a pull marketplace. The relying parties are the focus. And you can express the benefits to the relying parties of being part of this ecosystem and accepting digital IDs to pull them in, but giving people places to use it will automatically bring them in, and consumers, end users, entities that need identity will become part of the ecosystem. So you really want to incentivize the acceptance of mobile ID or high insurance login, and how it fits within the trust framework. And if there are ways to do that at the governmental level, it can be really helpful. Again, sort of like in the US electric vehicle incentives, you could defray some of the initial cost to get things rolling, if that's possible to do it. So that, again, I think the key part of this is the benefits to relying parties and the messages that to relying parties to give people places to use it. You can then use the fact that one bank, grocery store, this is what happened in Utah, has joined in. As soon as that is publicized, the next banks and grocery stores are calling in order to get going. So you're seeding this and building this mass in that. So yeah, definitely interested today to talk some more about some of the details of this and work with the panel.
Great, David, thanks very much. I'm so interested to learn more about the rollout of MDL in the United States. I think that really takes us. I'd like to go to Rannar, because in that rollout of these systems and getting support in the system, I guess that Estonia is usually cited as a leader in this area, because going back to, from my memory, probably about the thousands, there were various schemes to get support and build critical mass in Estonia. It's perhaps unfair to ask you to look back to that time if you were still at school, Rannar, I don't know, but could you tell us a little bit about how the approach that was taken in Estonia by government, by the private sector, and the rollout to gaining critical mass of a digital identity infrastructure, and what the results were?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, correct. I was in school, but luckily I paid attention in the history class, so I do know what to talk about. But I mean, looking at how we reached a critical mass, none of it happened overnight. With a wonderful example of how we see that things take time and building trust takes time is with the very first service that Estonia decided to digitalize, which was a very mundane process, the personal tax declaration. The first year it was digitalized, less than 1% of our taxpayers used the digital service. 5 years later, we were at around 5%. This year, we reached 99.6% of our taxpayers doing their taxes digitally. And it's a wonderful example of how nothing happens overnight, that there's a wonderful kind of sentiment. I'm sure that it's not original, but that comes from one of our politicians, which is that trust is lost in buckets and won in spoonfuls. And it has never been more true than it is when it comes to government officials. How do you build momentum within the state? Well, for us, what we focused on was to provide the services that go along with the mandatory electronic identity, because we saw that just the electronic identity by itself is a number. It's a personal code that every single Estonian knows by heart. But to build those services behind it and to get governmental organizations to opt in, that was the hard part, trying to see and actually listening to the people. So what we did was we did not kind of start to digitalize without consulting the people who would actually use these services. There's a reason why we left digital divorce to be Estonia's last service to digitalize. We hope to God you never have to use it. Divorce in general, you always hope it doesn't end that way. 50% of marriages in Estonia still end that way. But we saw that we asked the people, what is it that you actually need? What is it that you want? And we based our strategy off of that. Of course, there was the private sector involvement in there as well, because Estonia, for a small country, is still a country with bureaucracy that's been hidden behind digitalization. There's still red tape at some steps. Procurements take time and all these things. But in working in collaboration between the private and the public sector, there's a lot of benefits to be had. We see that the iteration speed and just the rollout of services has been that much quicker.
Rannar, just on that, my recollection is that the finance sector played quite a role in having a bank account at the time, and I was given a smart card by Answer Bank, by Swedbank. What's the role of that particular bit of the private sector of financial services in adopting these technologies and working with government?
Absolutely immense. We see that the financial sector in general is perhaps the first domino to kind of topple and to start that chain reaction of events, because when the electronic identity itself was launched in 2002, banks were the first private sector service to popularize it. Again, the thing here to take from Estonia's experience is that we made the electronic identity mandatory, but every single service was and still is optional. That even in 2025, we still have citizens who decide that they prefer paper-based bureaucracy. They have the possibility to do so, and it costs them weeks of their lives. But if they don't trust the system, that is their freedom. That is their freedom to choose. And I feel like with the finance sector especially, they've been such kind of foundational drivers for digitalization that they've also, when we look at the tech sector in Estonia in general, cybersecurity is driven by finance. We see that those two sectors, finance and cybersecurity, go so closely hand in hand that their development in Estonia has been very important as well.
Thanks, Rannar. And I guess fast forwarding to the current day, the user interface, if you like, of most Estonian citizens and e-residents is Smart ID.
Yes,
the physical identity.
The physical identity card for the last 10, 15 years, it's a glorified ice scraper off your windshield rather than the official document. There's other more useful and secure ways to identify yourself than a card. Chris mentioned it wonderfully that on your driver's license, you have so much information which you don't want people to see. So why should you give out physical information or keep physical information on you?
Thanks, Rannar. And I'll just take that point to David now. David, could you explain to me, because I'm really not aware, what is the mobile driving license experience for citizens of the states in which it's been rolled out? What's its mandatory basis, or does it coexist with a physical card? Could you talk to that for a moment, please?
Yeah, definitely. So it is an option. It's expected that this would probably always coexist with physical licenses. When this is built to a set of standards, international standards from the ISO working groups, and how those are essentially put into place is not enforced because it's not mandatory even on the states to roll this out. But AAMVA, which is the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators, has published some guidelines. They are essentially the association of all of the DMVs across the United States. They've published guidelines on what they believe how the interoperation should happen, how interoperability should happen. So ISO 18013-5 is the baseline for this. And then you can easily see this 18013-7 coming for over the internet presentation, which is just starting to roll out. And you can see this evolving into the same set of standards that the EU is putting in place for the EU digital identity wallets. And again, right, similar to how in the UK with the UK Gov wallet, it's the set of standards. Interesting, in the United States, there isn't the same trust framework kind of gluing these all together. This is definitely more of a free market, figure it out all as we go along approach. But that is kind of fits with how the US looks at things. So, but that global interoperability, the ability to take your identity documents and travel across borders within the United States, across country borders, not to cross the border, that would be a passport, but like as ID within those, that's a key part or a key cornerstone of all this. From a user experience point of view, so there are 22 US jurisdictions that have rolled out mobile driver's license programs as an option. From the data that we have, we're seeing about 7% of the citizens in those states have adopted. And we expect there'll be, during the course of this year, there'll be another 10 or so rolled out. So the momentum's kind of growing, perhaps exponentially. In fact, just during the course of this summer, there was 2% adoption that happened across those states that have rolled out. And from a user experience point of view, because you asked about that, there's support for all of the major platform OEM wallets that states have put in, and the states have an option as how they want to do this. Some have rolled out through their own application, so it's a sort of a state branded application that houses the mobile driver's license with the intention of that being your account essentially with the state. And some of them are independent commercial wallets where the expectation is that wallet gets used across US states or perhaps even globally as it evolves to fit with the EU digital identity wallet standards. So the end user can choose essentially, or eventually will be able to choose the wallet that they use to house this and the wallet they use to control it. The standards give them the ability for global interoperability, but that selective disclosure that we're already talking about, you can choose which fields that you share with a relying party, and the relying parties can ask for a set that minimizes the data that they ask for.
Thanks very much, David. Intriguing, that approach. I think I'd like to turn to Dia and Rajesh. To think about in financial services. I know Rajesh, you talked to me eloquently about as a business owner and leader in India and Scotland, the difference in the payments infrastructure and some of the benefits that Aadhaar had delivered. And Dia, I know that you are familiar with the some of the potential benefits of digital identity in less developed nations and how that can deliver benefit there. So to you, first of all, Rajesh, could you say a little bit about how you'd seen the Aadhaar infrastructure enable services for business and individuals and financial services?
Personally, like I start with the personal experience, and after that I go to the business one. So when the Aadhaar introduced, I took the Aadhaar. It was not mandatory. I thought I don't get it and see what happens. And then after that, I didn't really connect that with anything. But then later on, when I approached the government for different business purposes, they asked me to connect my Aadhaar card with the tax and the other thing, company tax one, and then also any benefits, any dealings with the government, it has to go through the Aadhaar one. So it actually makes it a much more easier for other areas, unified payment interface. If I wanted to transfer money from one person to another, one company to another, all we need is just a phone number, and then you can just transfer very easily without having any other payment gateways. And also like, yeah, these type of things like makes it easier. And for personally, like, so I use that the UPI a lot when I go to India, and also last time when I went to India, after a very long time, my driving license got expired, so I had to take the test again. So once I finished the test, I got a message saying that, okay, your driving license is already connected to your digital wallet. So I opened the wallet and it's there. And then I saw like you can actually download all your school certificates and your tax one, your Aadhaar and everything, so, because all are connected to Aadhaar. So when you're like doing business and all, once you have like connected Aadhaar with everything, so it's much easier for you to like do all these services with the government and also personal things.
Thanks, Rajesh. And over to you, Dia.
Sorry, I hadn't unmuted. Yeah, I've seen the evolution of what Aadhaar has done to India. I do visit every year, and every year I am so impressed by how efficient just transacting, even for small businesses and a roadside little shop which is selling, say, I don't know, roasted corn, is able to take payments on the mobile phone is not something that I thought would be possible, right? And I think the reason I think that is very interesting is because if you look at emerging nations, the infrastructure wasn't there for traditional financial services in smaller cities. So if you were in a smaller city, then you didn't have the traditional financial services and the infrastructure built. And therefore, it's not surprising that when we had the emergence of and the ability and the technology readiness levels to actually have digital services, a lot of Asian and sub-Saharan countries were early adopters because they didn't have the traditional infrastructure to begin with. And then they realized that all they need is a mobile phone, and they would have the ability to be connected, and they have the ability to participate in society, which I think is a huge benefit. When I look at it from a financial services perspective, and I've thought about it a lot because, as we build a digital economy, we need a robust digital identity systems for them to participate. So in financial services, identity is both like a gateway to inclusion, but also it's a huge source of friction. If I forget, someone was mentioning about the fact that you have the ability to participate in, and financial services are probably the earlier private sector sort of companies which has come forth and been open about including digital identity. And there's a reason for it because it's arduous. It's the paper identity system sort of delays account opening. But then I worry about a lot of challenger organizations, which are digital first organizations. So if you don't have a smartphone, if you are elderly, then you are unable to get yourself identified, and therefore you're unable to be included. In incumbent organizations, and I led many of those, I had issues about identifying individuals who had addresses where they didn't have a fixed address for whatever reason. And that was a huge problem. So I think from a citizen perspective, there are still people who don't have a passport, don't have a driving license, and therefore inclusion becomes difficult for them. From an organization perspective, I know someone mentioned about KYC and AML. In the UK today, we spend about 38 billion probably in just doing the same compliance checks. And all of us are checking the same thing. So, a well-governed digital identity removes that because it allows customers to sort of verify once and reuse it. And also, what is the information that you're allowing the other third party to understand and see is a huge important aspect of it. So I think, if it's done right, it's a cost saver from institutions' perspective, but also it's a growth enabler and inclusive from a citizen perspective. So I think in many ways, when I look at digital identity, I go back to that agency. I think that is really, really important in actually building that trust around it, because if you can identify the pain gain ratio from a customer's perspective, why this is useful and what is it that you couldn't do in the past that you can do now, that's a game changer.
Thanks, Dia. And just staying with you, Dia, obviously in the way that we've discussed national digital identity in the UK, it's the current discussion seems to be very much focused on enforcement and government oversight. But you're an entrepreneur. What's the economic benefit here if you can deliver a digital identity infrastructure which enables a new class of innovation and SMEs to make use of that infrastructure, potentially here in the UK?
So, without quoting numbers, there are various statistics about how, I think someone's quoted between 3 to 13% of GDP, but in terms of benefit to society, and I don't know the source of those, so I'm not going to comment on the numbers, but what I do believe is we are moving to a digital economy. There's no two ways about it. From a citizen perspective, if you have access to more services, that automatically increases the GDP of the country, right? So think about people who are not participating and now are able to participate. If I look at just financial services, the cost of operations in financial services is going one way. It's just going higher and higher. And a lot of it is because we have legacy systems. We don't have the right data in the right place. We struggle with basic things about actually including intelligent digital services. A big part of that is identity access management. And so if we are able to trust one another and we are able to reuse that identity checks that we do in terms of KYC and AML, there are huge cost savings from the financial services sector. So I think as it goes back to doing right? But we need to, if I think one of the things that we talked about from the Estonian perspective, it's about actually getting citizens' involvement and saying, what is it that you need, right? And bringing trust back into the fold. So I think, to me, if I look at the technology exists. Okay, everybody's building stuff on, whether that is interoperable from day one, but if you build it on open standards, which is, W3C, verifiable credentials, decentralized identifiers, you're not creating another isolated system. You can, at some point, plug in and interoperate. But so the technology readiness is there. The communication around that is divisive because of the erosion of trust in society. So nobody wants to be surveyed. Nobody wants the surveillance economy where you're being noted about everything that you're doing. But if I ignore that, and if I just step aside on just pure commercial benefit, if it was done right with the right trust ecosystem, with agency and self-sovereign, then the benefits are enormous. If we just include the people who were excluded before, if you look at it in a world standard perspective, if 1 billion people were excluded, which they are, from any identity, we are talking about including those 1 billion people into the fold, right? So it is possible and it should be done, but we need to take a citizen-centric approach. We need to understand what is that pain-gain ratio that we're looking to solve? What is the communication around that? And trust shouldn't be a hidden feature. It should be, front and center. So those pillars, if we can build with those pillars, we have a possibility of actually doing something game changing in terms of inclusion and just overall wellness for the entire world.
Thanks, Dia. And staying with the live link, David, where is the potential for the economic opportunity, to remove frictions here with the US mobile driving license rollouts?
So, I think there's quite a few areas here, and if you look at any of the interactions that end users, citizens, residents have with relying parties, whether they're federal agencies or businesses, there are some key things where I heard somebody mention earlier today, sending a copy of your passport, which I was just asked to do yesterday, and not having control over that. So adding additional control for the citizen and allowing that relying party to minimize the data that they request to just what they need, and to get certifiable, cryptographically provable elements there, right, directly from that resident, that citizen, are key. I think there's some key driving forces on the relying party side on each, and these are what are going to start to turn the wheels of the engine. If you look at government agencies and the services that they can deliver to people, because everybody, and this goes back to the tax in Estonia, right, as being a driving force. If you can make that more efficient, you're going to pull people in to use it. You're going to have cost savings at the agency level. That same thing applies with any of the interactions that people have with businesses as well. If you look at even something like spray paint purchase and alcohol purchase, and over the web and home delivery of those things, I think the efficiencies gained there, that money saved for relying parties is key on it. And for the card holder, MDL holder, the ability to have a little more efficient transaction and have more feeling of control. I think those are the key cornerstones of it. But I think what's going to drive it initially probably is the online interactions and the ability to moving more services to the web. That's going to drive it, but that's going to, as a tail or pulling along some of the in-person transactions that we can make more efficient, to tap to pay, tap to ID transactions become more efficient.
Thanks, David. And turning to India and Aadhaar again, Rajesh, I'm hungry to hear of these the transformative economic potential of some of these schemes. I'll come to you finally, Rannar, on this one. But how has the rollout of Aadhaar and associated services transformed the Indian economy?
Yeah, I've personally seen a huge difference in the usage of the payment system in India after the implementation of Aadhaar. Because before, like, we were using cash or like cards and all, and then if you wanted to use the card, the business has to have the card reader, and not everyone can afford it, because like you need to pay the commission to that. And after a long time, I left from India. I went back, and then I went to the shop and I bought something, and then I was trying to pay with my card, and they said they don't have card reader. They asked me, "Do you have the UPI payment system?" And I had no idea. I said, "No, I don't have." And then they were looking like me, and then it's, "Are you really from this age?" Because everyone has the UPI. Even if you're buying fruits or vegetables from a local vendor from a market, they say just scan the QR code and pay the money. So everyone like using that, because they don't really need any other thing. All they need is just a mobile phone and the QR code. And the benefit is all this money is like is accounted for. Before, like the government can't really track like how much transactions happening, because it's a cash. But now everything is like transparent. Government can see like how much money is going, and then they can government can make more rules for the tax and everything. And also their business is actually grown really fast, because they don't really people don't really need to carry the cash. They can simply make this transaction.
We'll come back to the privacy thing, but has this actually driven more businesses or more successful businesses, or particular opportunities for businesses to grow?
Yes, I mean, well, apart from the small business people, the financial institutes actually is open up a big market for the financial institute, because they can see the credit rating without going through there. So they basically offer the loans through this app. So when you open the app, you see that, okay, yeah, there's some loans waiting for you. You wanted to use it. So the people started taking the money from the small, the financial institutes. So it's actually opened up a very big market, because the transactions are transparent and it's mass market.
Yeah, and different access to capital and so on.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Rajesh. And finally,
If you don't mind, can I jump in onto that?
Of course you can, dear.
Yeah,
Please.
So a more at-home example of what Rajesh was saying. So my daughter goes to this place called Mathnasium. Okay, so you as kids, you sort of do a lot of maths in a nice setting. And it's a franchise, I believe. And it's recently opened in my neighborhood. when it opened, I was enrolling my daughter, and they didn't have the card reading machine. And I watched that, and I wouldn't mention the vendor, but I watched the whole sales pitch for the card reading machine. They got that. 2 weeks later, when I was picking up my daughter, I was chatting with the owner, and she was on the phone call with the company and saying it's not working. And she said that she spent £500 trying to go back and forth, trying to get the card reading machine to work. And then they've sort of blamed it on the Wi-Fi access of her establishment. So I think there are, for a small business owner, when you are trying to navigate everything yourself, you're the accountant, you're setting up a business, you're doing sales. If you can remove friction, right, and improve that experience, there is huge benefit to that. I mean, she is going to persevere and she's going to continue doing what she's doing. But I know a lot of people just get tired of just those basic things when they don't work. So yeah, it's closer to home here in the UK, but I've seen firsthand what that does when simple things that we take for granted don't work.
Well, that friction in the administrative processes in the economy being removed. And to you, Rannar, I've had the honour to meet 2 Estonian presidents, well, name dropping, but your current president, Aadhaar Karis, was very careful in his recent visit to the UK not to tell the UK how they should move on with digital identity, because he made the point that every country has its own societal and concerns. But your previous president, Kirsti Kaljulaid, is an outspoken advocate that the use of digital identity led to the wholesale digitization of government services in the economy, and digital ID alone had accounted for 2% lift in GDP, which seems staggering. I mean, could you
Absolutely
justify that, or talk about a little bit more about how that impacts the Estonian economy today and where it's gone subsequently?
For a small state, we do have a lot of very strong and loud opinions, and a lot of opinionated leaders as well. So yes, it's always fun when we get some airtime. But yes, to get into concrete numbers, the 2% of the GDP that is saved singly by the digital signature, not talking about all the services combined, only the digital signature itself saves 2% of GDP through the fact that I do not have to waste hours of my life standing in a queue. I don't have to waste minutes in my day driving somewhere and having to physically sign something. The fact that I can get it done within 5 seconds and it's on my phone, it's on my computer. The fact that the accessibility of and the secure accessibility has been guaranteed by the state. And what Jake mentioned before of having verifiable single sources of truth, or single credentials or verifiable sources of truth, is so very important. On the other side, to put it into context for others, if GDP is not your measurement of choice, then the simple act of, not the simple act, but the rather painstaking act of digitalizing our public processes also saves us around 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower in printout paper every month. If you're a visual learner, that one might resonate with you a little more. On the other side, we also see that the simple, seemingly simple interoperability network, X-Road, that underlies all of Estonia's digital infrastructure, that makes all of it run 24/7, saves our public sector employees, of whom there are around 10,000 in Estonia. It saves collectively around 3,000 years in working time, in not having to deal with bureaucracy, and rather getting to the meat of the matter. So with President Karis's kind of reserved point of view, he is absolutely correct. Estonia didn't do something that is universally applicable. We see that Estonia found a solution that works for us, and we can talk about the tips and tricks and how we've managed to do it. But at the end of the day, every single country, every single state in the US as well is a different entity. So implementing these solutions, there's no copy and pastable solutions. Many governments come to Estonia to learn about these services, and they expect it to be, in a sense, we have our digital healthcare system sitting on a shelf and they can simply bring it home with them and apply it. It simply does not work like that. There's always context that has to be taken into consideration. And, the savings, very quickly kind of spoke for themselves. And we see that it is, of course, the more we digitalize, the more we have to spend on cybersecurity to kind of ensure resiliency as well. But cybersecurity, for us at least, has never been even a question. It comes before any service. There's no question about delivering a secure service rather than delivering a quick and easy service. Things cannot just be easy and quick. They have to be safe and secure beforehand.
Excellent. Thank you, Rannar. And I'm going to try and bring our conversation to a close now, unfortunately. Enjoyed speaking to you. Just with a final question, which I hope kind of comes to the hub of the matter here in the UK. So I mentioned before we have there's a petition online with 3 million of our citizens have subscribed to the No to ID lobby that don't want a digital ID system on a mandatory basis. Okay. So the point is that there seems to be fear around surveillance, and tracking, yet on the other side of the coin, many of our expectations of government and digital public services rely on government having a better view of the citizen and be able to share data using systems such as Extra, across government services. So there is a question here. The question is, what role can policy and technology and the cryptographic methods that we talked about today, and execution and people's ability, faith that government can actually deliver a service at national scale, what role do these things have in balancing that, finding that balance between privacy and utility in the economy? First of all, to you, because you're closest to Rajesh, in the Indian economy, can you speak to that? Seeing the benefits of the system?
Normally, any system, when you use, we measure the benefits and then the privacy and the thing. Anything like you're using these days, even ChatGPT or Facebook or whatever, they are taking our data, they're tracking everything, but we're still using because it gives some benefit. So as long as we have the regulations in place, and then we measure using the decentralized identity type of mechanism, and when people getting more benefit out of the system, there will be more adoption. The same thing happened in India. When they introduced this just for a digital identity, people didn't really adopt it. But later on, when the government introduced all the services through this Aadhaar, then people see the benefits of it and then started adopting it. Now, almost everyone uses Aadhaar because they know the benefit of it.
Thank you. Yes, benefits have been illustrated.
Yeah.
That resistance is gone. To you, David, in America, what's the view in the US around that balance, and what's the role of technology policy and execution?
Yeah, so I think it's funny because I don't actually view it as the balance between utility and privacy, because I think you can have both. And I actually look at the balance as saying there's a balance between the entities that would potentially go against the expectations of people's privacy. So in the US, we have an interesting scenario because we're a country founded on lack of trust in government, obviously, and it's still there, right? And nowadays, and there's so much push that against government surveillance, which is completely understandable, and there are technical solutions for that. What we need in the US is the policy that holds together all of the players in the ecosystem, because actually what will probably happen out of the anti-government surveillance push is it will move it to the platform wallets and the companies that are part of the surveillance ecosystem now in surveillance capitalism, and actually it becomes the wallet applications that have the ability to track all your transactions. Some of it is for your own utility and benefit, but what happens to that as they look at that on the grander scale or form patterns out of it? So I think the policy around the technology is always necessary in order to set and meet the expectations of that the local population and all the members of the population. We have, you mentioned resistance in the UK. I mean, we have the same things happening here in the US, where there are local groups and national groups against government surveillance. My caution is we have to also include all the different players in the ecosystems, the relying parties, the wallet providers, the infrastructure providers, and the governments, so that we can lower expectation and then lower surveillance and then meet the expectations, and at the same time provide this additional utility.
Thanks, David, and briefly to you, Dia. Can we have a cake and eat it here?
Sorry, I was looking for the unmute button. I think it goes, I'm probably going to give you a philosophical response to this, Peter, because I don't think if you give a solution which is better, cheaper, faster, more efficient to citizens, they will always adopt it. I don't think citizens don't want the benefits of digital identity. I think they want to access systems without friction. They don't want to, if they want to go and buy a bottle of wine at a shop, they don't want to be able to, they don't want to say, this is where I live and this is my exact birth date. I just want to say I am above 18. I think those benefits are huge. The problem is it's how it's been packaged. And I think it goes back to the concept of trust. Who is, and I think David makes a fair point, it's not just one entity, right? There are other entities which are connected to it. Rajesh talked about how when the other day I read 70% of the people are using ChatGPT to get financial advice. Okay, so my point is when it is not a government where we need to sort of get information from, and we know that information is not in a privacy preserving mechanism, and our data is being passed through that. There is a different approach. So I think we can't separate the fact that there is distrust, and that distrust in society and governance is what has colored digital identity to be what it is. If you just take the technology aspect of it, the benefit of aspect of it, I think people would struggle to argue why it is not good. The problem is it goes back to the trust in the issuing government in many ways, where that sort of colors it. And I think that's where we can do better in terms of educating people and creating more transparency around how are you designing that identity system? Are you removing the friction? And what is the pain gain ratio, right? If I'm going to adopt something, there's always some trade-off, and the trade-off sometimes is not, I don't think transparency or privacy should be the trade-off, but the trade-off is I have to do something differently. I have to learn something differently. I have to download something. That to me is a pain, but you need to give a corresponding gain associated with it, that you do this once and you don't have to give your date of birth, your blood type, and your mother's maiden name and all that good stuff just when you're speaking to a dentist, okay? So to get an appointment. So I think I think if we could do the communication around that better, right, in a non-politicized way, we would get much more. And that's where the collaboration and bringing all the stakeholders in really is important, because it's not something one entity or one government can do. Rannar talked about there are frameworks which exist. Can you lift and shift that framework in a different setting? You can't. because it's not about the technology, it's about the culture, it's about what people think, the impact and intent. The disconnect between that is massive. So yeah, quite a philosophical answer to your question, but that's how I feel.
Thanks, Dia. I could philosophize all day with you, but so thanks for bringing it back to that issue of trust in government. I will give the last word to Rannar. Rannar, is trust in government which enables these? Does that have to pre-exist to enable these kinds of infrastructural deployments of identity, or is it a result of the deployment of these kinds of systems?
I'm going to give the most boring political answer, but then explain it in a more interesting way. So there needs to be both. At the very beginning, there needs to be the tiniest little smidge of trust from which you get your first adopters. Rajesh, you explained it perfectly that once you you started using Aadhaar because of just interest. You wanted to see what it's about. So to have those first fanatical believers, for better or for worse, is good. But at the same time, as I mentioned before, trust isn't something that is won once. Trust is something that you have to keep winning over and over and over and over again. We know that it's very easy to make a mistake and lose all of that trust, but it is a prerequisite. In some sense, you need those fanatical believers to adopt it, whether they're from the private sector or from the public sector. Well, in a perfect world, they're from both. And from the legislative angle as well, we see that trust is built through robust and understandable legal frameworks. That if I, as a Shakespeare major, I did not study IT to the chagrin of my parents and society in general. I studied Keats and Shakespeare. So even if I can understand the legal framework around my data and how my data is protected, we're doing something right. I think Dia put it beautifully that it is all about connecting the societies or those parts of society which feel otherwise left out. No, that's what digitalization is all about. It's about empowering those who might lack the opportunities otherwise, to give power to rural communities and to emphasize the effect that it has on democratic freedoms as well. Not just emphasize what the social benefits are, but also what your personal freedom also that it matters and that it is being cared for. But of course, that is much easier said than done. And later on, once we have a moment to talk, we can dissect that one. But
Rannar, thank you. And I have it on authority that the kettle is boiled for the break now. So I'd like you to show your appreciation to our panel of Rajesh, Rannar, David, and Dia in the normal way.
So yes, I'm Emily. I am the Group Product Manager at Yoti. So I sit across our strategic product development and speak regularly with governments, regulators, and our customers to look at what we should be developing next. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about how we are building trust and really focusing on that within the digital ID space. So firstly, digital identity holds some incredible promise. So it means faster, smoother access to online services, less fraud, safer spaces online, especially for younger people. And instead of handing over too much personal data, or, when you're proving your age in the supermarket, for example, and kind of showing that you're over 18, you're kind of showing everyone your whole identity. And so you're showing them your address, your name, your date of birth. But with digital identity, you can simply prove what's needed. So whether you're over 18 with an age credential in seconds. But that convenience comes with some real challenges. So we're talking privacy, regulation, trust, and how do we make sure that the products and the tools that we're building to protect people don't accidentally expose them or expose their data when they haven't consented to that. So at Yoti, our approach is to put privacy and transparency at the center of our development. So we design our systems so that users stay in control of their own data, sharing only what's necessary. And our age and identity checks use privacy preserving technology. So we work very closely with regulators and experts to meet the highest standards of compliance. So ultimately, it's about balance, innovation with integrity, and being able to use digital identity in a way that can transform everyday life, but in a way that people can trust it. And so our job at Yoti is to build that trust, and that's what I'm going to be speaking a little bit about today. A little bit about what we actually do. So this slide kind of sums up what we do best. And so we give organizations a way to verify who their customers are, both online and in person, in a way that's fast, secure, and is also privacy preserving for the individual that's proving their age or their identity. So instead of asking people to hand over piles of information, we let them share just what's needed. A lot of that time, that could just be their age, to access, an age-restricted service. But it could be a full identity check, like a right to work or a right to rent. And so Yoti is approved and trusted by the UK Home Office for proof of age. We're certified to the UK Trust Scheme. We're actually the first identity company to be certified. And so when we verify someone, we are verifying against a government-issued ID and or a selfie or an age assessment. And so that way businesses know that they're dealing with a real verified person and not a bot or, a Gen AI created individual. And so behind all of that, we use secure encryption, privacy designed by technology, meaning that the data is always protected and stored on the user's device. So I guess in short, it's really about giving users a way to simply and in a trustworthy way prove who they are, whilst also giving organizations the confidence that that verification has been done in full compliance with whatever government standard they're aiming for. And so I just wanted to talk a little bit about what makes us different, and in terms of how we really focus on privacy within our technology and the architecture there. So this slide kind of explains how our systems are built. So rather than having some big central database where, everyone's personal information is stored, that, if we get hacked, it can just, it's all there for the taking. That is the opposite of how we are built. So when someone creates a Yoti account, their information is stored on their device and only they can access that information. So one of the things that I was a bit surprised about when I first joined Yoti several years ago now is that if we wanted to send, a marketing email to all of our users, we would not be able to do that because we can't access the information of the user's personal information without their consent. So we do not and are not able to access that, which I found kind of mind-blowing at the time. But actually it means that our users really have that high level of trust. They know that they are in control of their personal information. All that data is securely encrypted on their device. When we do age estimation, all of the data is immediately, deleted. We don't store any of that information. And so I think part of this architecture just really enforces our commitment to bringing trust into our products and making sure that we're transparent with users and we only ever share the minimum of what is needed. I wanted also just to call out some of our credentials in this space. So we're built from a robust ethical framework. So we achieved B Corp status. For those of you that are familiar with B Corp, back in 2015, and we have 7 core principles that guide everything that we do. And we have a Guardians Council that is made up of experts, and human rights experts as well. And they really hold us to account, and anything that new that we're developing, we will take it to them to get their feedback. We regularly engage with international standards bodies, online safety organizations, as part of our commitment to improving online safety and reducing fraud. And it also means that we can then help shape those age-appropriate experiences online and how those are delivered. So again, some of these are just some of the organisations that we're part of. We uphold a number of, well, all of these various frameworks and standards. But yeah, that's something that's really important to us. Oh, before I jump ahead, so this is just some of our customers. I always find this slide quite interesting because it's such a mix. So you've got some of the huge tech companies, you've got Meta, Instagram, you've got governments, you've got companies like OnlyFans, you've got the NSPCC, Childline, and so it's really such a broad range of customers. It's anyone that's trying to create age-appropriate experiences online, but it's not just that. It's also looking at right to work. It could be looking at staff credentials, so that you've got a staff credential that you can issue to your teams. And so I just wanted to go through a couple of the different use cases and products that we've built for our customers that kind of illustrate that broad spectrum. Cool. So this is the first one. So one of the products that we have is an age estimation tool. And so online, if someone is aware of an inappropriate image of themselves or of a friend, then they can report that to be removed. And legally, that platform or that site that's hosting the image has to remove that. But in order to remove it, the user has to prove that they are under 18. And so that's obviously quite it's already a stressful process for the user or the person. And so we provide our age estimation technology to be able to very quickly, easily, and in a streamlined way allow that person to prove that they're under 18 without having to find a passport or a driving license. They're not going to have those things necessarily. And so our age estimation technology is incredibly accurate and used by Childline to help report and remove those images of children online. We also have Meta. So again, this is like obviously in the masses, they use us for Instagram. And so when someone creates an Instagram account, you might have seen that they now have Instagram teens, so that the experience online is more age appropriate than just if they went onto the generic Instagram platform. And so here, when someone enters their date of birth to create an account, they, as per Instagram's guidance, have to be over 14. And if they're under 18, then they will get, within that age bracket, they will get directed to create a Meta or an Instagram Teens account rather than being able to access the generic version. And so when someone enters their date of birth, we will then also do an age estimation against their facial image. And so this ensures that someone who, is potentially 12 that is trying to access and create an Instagram account can't do that if they've just put in a fake date of birth, for example. So this is kind of one of the ways, again, that our age estimation technology is being used to provide big platforms with the ability to provide more age-appropriate experiences online. And we found as well, it says here, but 81% of users prefer using age estimation to uploading an ID. So, sometimes there's a thought that, oh, actually, I don't want to, take a selfie or whatever, but actually we found that the 81% of users would rather do that. I then also wanted to share a credential, a verifiable credential case study. And so this is whereby you could, get your team or your staff, and again, we've had this with NHS teams as well, whereby they get issued a credential that's against their verified identity. And so that way you can prove, either you've got an online discount, if you've got a particular credential or a member of a certain team, you can use that to access certain areas. And that is a real-time proof of, identity as well as a credential. And so in order to present this, they'd have to do a or in several scenarios that we've built, you do a selfie, a liveness, to check that it's actually the beholder of this credential that is also presenting it. Cool. And so just in terms of where we are with this network of people using Yoti, so we've had over 20 million users that have downloaded our app over, this is actually out of date now, I think it's more like 8 million in the UK, and we're doing over 1 million age checks every day. So far we've done 900 million age checks, which is pretty staggering. And so in terms of who is using our services, most of the time it's a lot of the kind of 18 to 24 cohort who have used our digital ID. Over 20% of the UK population of 18 to 24-year-olds have already done that. We also have quite a spread with people then who are proving their identity for right to work checks, or buying a house, for example. So it is actually, it's not just the that very young cohort, it's also spread across the broader ages as well. And so yeah, the regulatory and legislative landscape is really changing, which is super exciting. You've probably all seen a lot about the Online Safety Act, which has come into force recently. And soon there'll be the mandatory licensing condition change, which is expected in the next few months. Well, next few weeks to then go through Parliament to be enacted. But that's really exciting because it means that you'll be able to use digital ID to buy alcohol, or to, if a pub is doing age checks on the door, or a club, then you'll be able to use your digital ID to be able to prove that you're over 18. And this is really exciting for us. Cool. These are some of the other areas that are changing as well. So people might have heard of the gov.uk wallet. So GDS, the Government Digital Services, are developing a UK mobile driving license, which again is really exciting because I guess one of the flaws in how someone can prove their identity at the moment is that they would have to digitize essentially a passport or a driving license or some kind of form of physical ID. Obviously, not everyone has those different forms of ID, but that's kind of how you would create a digital ID to a certain regulatory standard. And there are a number of different elements of that process that are vulnerable to fraud. So someone could try and change the mobile driving license. They could create a generative AI liveness that actually depicts someone else that's not them. If they've potentially stolen a genuine ID, there are a number of different ways as to how that process could be vulnerable to fraud. And although we obviously have a huge number of preventions to that in place, it's evolving, it's an ever-evolving space, and it's always going to be, we're always fighting that. Whereas with government-issued verifiable credentials, those credentials are cryptographically secure. So when someone has been issued a mobile driving license, for example, and they want to share that with a relying party to prove they're over 18, the really exciting thing about that is that you will be able to determine at the point of that share that that ID is cryptographically secure and is genuine. And so it just provides that higher level of assurance, even in low assurance use cases, that that is absolutely the person that you think it is, and they're 100% over 18, or whatever age threshold you're trying to prove. So that's a really exciting thing that's coming down the line. You've also got the UK Trust Framework and the DVS Register. This has been around for 6 years, I think now. But again, there's more and more providers that are coming online and getting certified to deliver those services, which is again really exciting to see. Cool. And then I just wanted to raise a little bit about some of the different challenges that we're seeing in the UK and also more broadly. So I think firstly, interoperability. So it's amazing that there are so many different initiatives and standards that are being created around the world. So particularly for digital ID, you've got W3C verifiable credentials. You've got some ISO standards for the mobile driving license. You've got eIDAS, which is the standard in Europe that people might be familiar with. And in the UK, you've got the Digital Attribute Trust Framework. So each one is obviously designed with positive intent, but a lot of them are doing things slightly differently, which obviously makes it then harder for different global solutions to talk to each other, especially if we want people to have seamless experiences across borders, across platforms. Then achieving that interoperability means that there either needs to be some kind of translation, or we need to agree on some more common principles, not just common technology. There's also the public understanding and kind of the media sentiment. So right now there's obviously a lot of misinformation online about what digital ID is. I think that people worry about the government overreaching or attending towards more of a surveillance. But I think when digital ID is done right and is done with privacy preserving design and is done in a free, non-mandatory way, then there's absolutely so many benefits that can be reaped from that. So education and transparency is really key to make sure that the public understand what is available to them, and that they can then use digital ID to be empowered and not be, tracked, and use it how they want to use it. And then finally, I wanted to talk about the ecosystem complexity. So as more and more people see the benefit of digital ID and more people get involved, you have issuers, so potentially issuers of a physical ID or a digital ID. You've got wallet providers. So Yoti is a wallet provider, but also, Google, for example. You've got relying parties of people that want to digitally receive or verify a digital identity. And so you can see there's the kinds of questions that are coming up are: who is liable in this situation X? How is a commercial relationship structured for Y? How do we ensure consistent standards if different issuers have different processes? And so getting that right, I think, really requires collaboration between the regulators, between industry, between technology providers, and it's making sure that everyone understands what their role is in protecting the user and providing that trust ecosystem. And so, yeah, I think that's, again, another challenge that's really important that we get that right. So how is Yoti rising to this challenge? So we have a number of different ways. So firstly, we're certified by governments, which means our technology meets strict security, privacy, and performance standards. And so it's not just necessarily like a badge that we're certified, it really is a signal of trust. And it means that, organizations and users know that we're reliable and are trustworthy. So we already have millions of users. We've done, over 900 million age checks. I think enabling users to know exactly what's happening in the process and being really transparent is really important. So users understand that we're not sharing their full identity when all they need to do is prove their age. So we're enabling that verification without oversharing. And that then also works for the relying parties, because they don't want a whole host of data that they, don't want to store this personal information, and then they have, data requirements that they need to meet. Looking ahead, we're really focused on interoperability and making sure that our solutions are aligned with the ISO standards, other digital wallet protocols, which means that whatever digital ID the user has, whether that's a European identity, whether it's a US MDL, they can then share that proof of identity with us, and we can verify it on behalf of a relying party. So it just we're really focusing on making sure that the user has that choice of whatever ID they want to use, so that then we can act on behalf of the relying parties to in a trustworthy and privacy preserving way, accept that identity for them. And then this is just I wanted to give a little spice of what we're a little bit of flavor as to what we're doing and what we're working on at the moment. So one of the key challenges is in digital environments is knowing who you're really dealing with online. So especially if you're potentially sending someone money, if you're in a video call with someone. I think we've all heard of where parents get a message saying, it's your son, can you send me this amount of money? And so we have worked with Zoom, and we've got a Zoom integration so that we make it really simple for people to prove during a live video call like this who you are, and so that you can be confident that I'm presenting to you and not someone else trying to weasel their way in. And there are multiple ways that attendees can verify themselves. So they could use a digital ID, they could use a liveness check, they could do a quick selfie authentication. And so even for some of the higher assurance use cases, if it was potentially a financial transaction or something like that, then you can use a government approved proof of identity, which just gives you that extra layer of trust. So yeah, that's something that we're really excited about launching. I'm conscious of time, which is handy because I'm coming to my last slide. So this is just a little bit about us. Again, if people have questions, feel free to reach out, or I don't think we've got time now, but yeah, thank you so much for listening. And yeah, it's a very exciting time. So I'm sure you'll see a lot more of digital identity and age assurance in the media and online.
Huge thanks to Emily. It's great to see Yoti's progress since I last worked with her. Bill mentioned there that a very relevant challenge in this area is the challenge which the Centre of Excellence is currently running, and I'll remind you again, is open for applications for the next just over a week. But we wanted to bring the morning session to a close because part of our remit is to drive skills and awareness around these technologies. So we thought we would finish off with a little survey, a little quiz, which we'll just check that you've all been listening, and also just try and synthesize some of our views from what we've heard this morning.
Okay, so if you want to go to that menti.com and put in that ID, if you can see it there, or you can use the QR code. So we've been in data sharing for at least 15 years in Scotland. We created a spin-out company called Symphonic, and that tried to address some of the problems of sharing citizen data that we really heard from Estonia. The need for this is unbelievable. We can't share between primary and secondary healthcare data in Scotland, and don't even ask about social care. We don't have an integrated approach to it. We don't have a roadmap. Estonia has the X-Roads. The X-Roads defines exactly how the government and the public sector are using citizen data. If you don't tell the citizens, they don't actually know. So they become scared. I'm scared. I'm completely scared because I don't know how my data is actually going to be used. Because it's my data. It's not the government's data. My date of birth, my email address, my telephone number is mine. And for some reason, governments think it's theirs. So we really need to understand, and we need to talk better. We need governments, the public sector, to open up. We're not going to attack you, but we can't debate unless we actually know what's going on. And I think Estonia is a perfect example of opening up. Who were the people who built the X-Road? Pen testers. Pen testers were the #1 stakeholder that was identified as allowing X-Roads to be built. Because without pen testers, you can't be sure the thing is actually secure. So overall, we really need to understand where it is we're going. I still get text messages from my GP saying, come in for a blood test from a generic telephone number. I can't reply back. I have no idea where it comes from. I don't even know who's my GP. Unbelievably. I can't book appointments online. I can't get repeat prescriptions, can't even say it. I have no interaction with the NHS. They send me emails every now and then. They go, hello, why don't you come in for a flu jag? And here it's here. Okay, I go away now. And they actually kicked me off the NHS system. Don't know if it happened to you, but recently they said, well, you're not part of it anymore. We saw a shining light with COVID, and I saw a new world with the green passport, that I could actually have a QR code. I could go to different places, show my code between different countries and so on. But what's happened after that? Zero. I may be wrong. Yoti and Condatis have all advanced, but in terms of really getting that government trust in digital identity, it has not gone anywhere. So the 3 million signatures are probably 3 million people who said, we have no clue what's going on. You can't go ahead with this unless you actually inform us. So really, we need to educate, we need to listen, and so on. Okay, good. So your sector might not be there, but which one do you relate to here? Okay, financial services, of course, is going to be one of the top use cases in this. Quite a lot of technology providers. And we've got no one from healthcare. That's a bit disappointing. And we've got the Scottish NHS app coming up. Does anybody know what it's going to do? Anyone? Well, we don't have anybody from healthcare here, so does anybody actually know? It is some hospital appointments about something that, I don't know. I just want, what citizens want is to book online and repeat prescriptions. So why don't you put that at the top of the list? It's happening in England, and it happens in many countries in the EU. Can I ask you, do you have an interaction with your healthcare system in Estonia? Everything? Why can't we do it? We're a nation of 5 million people and 52 million. So why can't that actually happen? It's because we've built up all these silos of the past, and they don't think it's our data anymore. The government, the NHS, think it's their data. So we've got a lot of technologists, quite a few academics, and people from financial services. Right, so if you could just rank these, which is the killer app for the internet? It was email and web. What's going to be the killer app that will allow us to scale digital identity and for people to show the benefits of it? Okay, so you could just rank those overall. Okay, so again, some in here. KYC, so much time and energy is spent with KYC and anti-money laundering checks. Unbelievable amount of time. You know, if you've bought a house recently, every single time you buy a house, you've got to show them that you're not a money launderer again and again and again. And really, we need to get away from this, having to reprove our credentials, our attestations. If I prove an anti-money laundering today, then I might have a 6 months window that proves that I'm still not a money launderer in 6 months. A KYC, certainly in finance, is core in actually improving financial services. KYC, you've got to know who your customer is and their identity. Healthcare credentials, of course. It's a fundamental thing. In Scotland, you know, you have a KI number. It's quite easy to guess what your KI number is. Roughly, it's your date of birth and a few other things. But Few people know that. That was the identity that all of the merging in Scotland of the identities was meant to end up with that pinpoint. I don't know about you, but that scares me. That all of our identities lead to one place, which means that other parts of the public sector can actually see other parts of it. So the digital driver's license is definitely going to be something that people will want to adopt. Age verification, of course, it's a difficult area. Cross-border is important. It's a shame down here, voting, social benefits distribution, and educational certificates. Education is an easy win. Why don't all the universities in the UK award with a digital credential that's digitally signed by the university? There are so many fake CVs online, fake credentials and so on. That's a really easy one, and I hope it can be adopted in the UK and across Europe. This doesn't work just if you look at your own country in isolation. It really works when other countries come together. So what's the biggest concern overall, do you think? Scaling. Government surveillance, data breaches, illusion of vulnerable populations, lack of user trust, technical complexity, and cost. Okay, so government surveillance. There's a split in Europe. Germany, France, the big nations, generally the population does not trust their governments with their data. And there's a lot of surveillance. The Scandinavian countries, Finland especially, Sweden, Norway, have a much better trust in the governments. Estonia has an excellent trust. So governments really need to understand that this is a major concern and it won't go away. To tell people that you're doing a digital ID system to stop people coming over in boats is missing the main message of building a future economy. And they're doing it for political reasons. I know they are. I think their heart is in digital ID, and it was created by the Labour government the last time and didn't go anywhere because of a lack of engagement. But they need to understand that, that it's not just that message of the negativity of border controls and so on that digital identity will see. And we saw that with Yoti, Condatis, and the other companies. Technical complexity is great. It's number 7 because it's not that difficult these days. Things have been sorted. DIDs are there, there's standards. There are people across the world doing this. So what's the problem? And the problem is in the head of the politicians. Cost and sustainability, not a major problem. So, sorry about this. Are you in favour of the Brit ID? Controversial, sorry. Oh, oh, oh. Wow. I'm going to get a normal distribution here, maybe. It's quite worrying. The majority are saying no, unsure. And really, that's not a good place to be if we're actually going to go ahead and do this. But we'll try and investigate what your problem is with this. Is it actually going to happen, or is it just fairy dust? You think it'll happen in the next 1 to 3 years, the next 3 to 5 years, or it won't happen in my lifetime? I appreciate we've all got different lifetimes. So let's say a lifetime is about 15 years. In politics, a lifetime is 5 years. Think between 5 and 10 years. Is that okay? If you think it's going to, who thinks it's going to happen in the next 1 to 3 years? Want to admit? You think it will? In the UK?
With the veteran card hopefully being the kind of guiding light in the fog of, you know, what can the benefits be?
Yeah. UK Parliament is a very slow system. There's lots of debating and lots of getting ideas and so on. So let's hope it's 1 to 3 years, perhaps. 3 to 5 years definitely is the political agenda. The current government has another 3 or 4 years. So they'll drop off, perhaps, and God knows what's going to happen after that. And then they'll leave it to someone else to finish it. Perhaps it might be a poison chalice, and it will not happen in my lifetime. Yeah, there's a good chance that will happen. 3 million signatures. That's a scary amount of negativity. So what would be the concerns of ID, Scott ID overall? Lack of privacy, data will be used for other purposes. Or all of the above. Comes down again, I think the Yoti presentation highlighted it. It's privacy, privacy, privacy. It's if you don't have the privacy there, then you don't have the citizen on your side. So privacy is such a fundamental thing. I hope I'll be going down to the House of Commons and talking about zero knowledge proofs. Yes. I did it once to talk about Bob and Alice. Once. I don't know if it went right over their head, but I really would like to talk about cryptography and some of the great things in distributed ledger technology and so on that the UK could showcase and show that it was ahead of the world in these things and learn from other places. So privacy must be key in this. Data used for other purposes, of course, that's a worry. And public engagement fell down a little bit, but obviously that's important too. So what's your most sensitive things with your ID? Your age, your date of birth, address, email, national insurance number, gender, telephone number. Which of these are your age? That's an age-defined question, I think. Yeah, national insurance number. Wow, that's a good one. And obviously, it could be your tax ID. Does anybody know how the UK Gov ID actually works? You're better than me if you do. For HMRC, have you managed to do it? You do know you have to do it if you're Schedule D, and you actually know how it works. I don't. I've no idea. So your home address, of course, you don't want that leaked. National insurance number, date of birth. Your gender, well, doesn't do very well there. Doesn't matter to us too much. But there are different levels of sensitivity for the data that we actually have. And would you accept eID? eID is happening across Europe. Should Scotland integrate with it? It seems there's good privacy in it. I don't know what the different bars are showing there. Oh, I'm shocked. I wasn't expecting that at all. Is it because Scotland is more European? Edinburgh was the strongest city against us leaving the EU. It's something we should consider for the UK and for Scotland to adopt the eID standard. If we want frictionless borders, have you been to an airport recently? You've been stuck in that big long queue. They got, you're over there. Oh yeah, come on. That's not what we want in a modern economy. We need frictionless identity. We need to make sure that citizens can interact, use the data in different places. So I really wasn't expecting that overall. That's the 65% there, and I'm sure it's an option. I think the UK government will hopefully consider it.
Things didn't get a chance to talk about in the panel is one important part of trust is that we have to trust the ability to deliver these large-scale IT projects. And I'm not sure if it'll come out in the question. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm not sure if it'll come out in the questions, but I think that there's some evidence to suggest that with the relative pace of adoption of legislation for eIDAS 2 and then the quite quick adoption process for the EUD wallet, that perhaps there's more faith that that scheme can be delivered, whereas we've probably seen several failed attempts in the UK and quite time-consuming attempts in Scotland.
Yes.
But that's maybe one of the elements there.
Quite like eID in that I can create a wallet and I just use government ID as an attestation in that wallet. Go ahead. You have a microphone.
You have an opinion on why privacy is such a high priority when most people give away all that information to the social media companies and they think it's all free?
I mean, I think most people are scared of the internet. If you look at my mum received an SMS message that said that she would be due some money for energy payments. In the UK, there is a subsidy, and it said, click on this link here. And she was so stressed by that. How did someone get, well, she nearly clicked on it, for one, and then she started to worry, how did they get my data? How did they get my telephone number? How did they get my name? How did they manage to include some personal details? So I think generally people are very scared about releasing their data. We do, people that are tech savvy, but you're only looking at a small percentage, in that most people don't want their data to be used. It is a key concern overall. Right, so we'll just do a very quick test. Estonia issued a digital ID card in 2002. True or false? That's a long time ago. Okay, just a couple of seconds. Of course, it's true. So that's 23 years ago, and we've went nowhere in the UK. Okay, 23 years, and we don't really have anything. We'll come on to that in a little minute. So well done, Connor. Did well there. And a digital wallet, what does selective disclosure mean? Does it mean only credentials when required by law? I can't see that one there. Encrypting some credentials, not others. Sharing only specific attributes requested greater than 18 years old, or choosing apps which can. Yeah. Please, 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 can the government make sure that it only discloses the attributes that are required for the attestation or the checking that's required? In this case, the answer is that only specific attributes are released. Well done, Ben. Who's Ben? Ben? Somewhere? Maybe online. Oh, up there. All right. Well done, Ben. Okay, you can currently use a digital driver's license to board domestic flights in the UK. True or false? How wonderful it would be not to have a piece of paper. Peter, I chummed him earlier this week to go to London, and he nearly forgot his driver's license. Oh, the answer is true. It's used in several airports in the US at the current time. Well done, Ben. Ben did well there. Nearly there. Just another couple of questions, then we can have lunch. What's the legal signature method that will be used with the? This is one of the best things about eID, is that we can actually have a legally binding digital signature for the first time. ECDSA, RSA, eIDAS 2, or JSON. eIDAS 2 is gold. For the first time, we will have legal certainty. I don't know about you, but I sign these DocuSign things, and I have no idea what's happening under the hood. Now I'll be able to have a private key, hopefully for my identity and my wallet, and I'll be able to sign it with eIDAS 2. It really is a wonderful system, and without the two together, have a great opportunity to scale. So, for the last question, well done, James. The last question. UK have been here before, a long time ago. Which Prime Minister tried to roll out a digital ID system at the start of the century? Boris Johnson, Gordon Brown, Margaret Thatcher, Tony Blair, John Major. This happened in 2001. And one blog post, anonymous blog post, killed digital identity in the UK. It was Tony Blair. Tony Blair is back again, and I think the Tony Blair Institute is really pushing digital identity. So this should not be a political issue. This should be an issue about citizens defining what it is they actually want. And I think we've all got a role in actually trying to educate people. We have a role in breaking down borders and barriers that separate us from others. So please be sure that you should be informing the debate and listening and trying to tell the politicians which way it should go. If you don't want this, then tell them that you don't want it. If you want it, tell them how it should be done, because technologists need to articulate better how these things are not that difficult to do. As we've seen from Yoti, Condatis, and the other companies, we have the ecosystem and companies in the UK and the EU to be able to achieve something that's amazing. Okay, thank you. Enjoyed lunch.
It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank you on behalf of the European Commission for inviting us to this event. Before going ahead, I think it's important to spend just 1 minute to put things in perspective. As you can see in this diagram, we have evolved from a model where users could access to digital information, but in a passive way, just consuming information, the model of Web 1. Then Web 2 came with a revolution. The users become the main actor in the creation of the contents, but in a model that it was quite asymmetric. The user could share and provide a lot of information, but in a model that we have a dependency of a big platform. The network becomes, as we said, a very big platform where the data is centralized and the network is based on services that are also centralized in platform, where we can quickly exchange a lot of information, but at which cost? We can see that in this model, our identity, directly or indirectly, is revealed in every interaction. We have a situation where citizens, they are not owner of their own information, and they don't have control of their personal data. The information is living in centralized online platform, sometimes outside of the European Union. This model, as you know, it has great concern regarding privacy and information security. The reply from the European Commission is clear. For example, we have here the DMA, the Digital Market Act, and the Digital Service Act to ensure fairness of services. This is in line also with a growing interest to decentralize the network. I mean, a network based on decentralized services and repositories with more fairness, privacy, and security. And we have the possibility of using technologies like digital wallets, digital tokens, and blockchain that are key to implement this decentralization. So we have here the possibility of using blockchain, a technology, to build trust in the verification of our information in this new model of the web. Yep. Sorry, I see that it's frozen. Okay, yeah. If we look back, we will see here that Europe has become dependent on the technology provided by non-European actors, and our data and our services rely on non-European big platforms. The position of the European Union is clear. We want to promote the European digital sovereignty and technological independence. The European Union is also contributing with regulations. We have included here only a few. But the question here will be, what about building systems that are designed to avoid this concentration of power? What about building systems that are decentralized by design? So we are today in an historical and also geopolitical opportunity to start building the digital future of Europe using technologies that they have the same principles of fairness, transparency, and democracy that these European regulations are targeting. In other words, we have the possibility of building the future of Europe with Web3 technologies. And the message of the European Commission is clear. Blockchain was identified as one of the key technologies to achieve the targets of the Digital Decade program. In this program, the European Commission included a set of technologies that will be key to achieve a set of objectives, like, for example, the full digitalization of digital services for citizens and for legal entities. In EPSI, we have proved the relevant and the added value of blockchain technologies in concrete applications. In some use cases, for example, the track and trace of information in the supply chain, the verification of digital information, how to fight against counterfeited products, or how to protect intellectual property rights. But now let's jump to the challenges of verification of digital information. As we can see in this slide, verification matters, and it has become a cumbersome issue to solve in Europe. Following a report of the European Union Intellectual Property Office, close to the 9% of European Union consumers were tricked into buying a fake product, which represents close to the 6% of imports on Europe. This means a big problem, a business volume of billions of euros. As you can see, this is a very big problem in Europe. And the question here will be how to implement a secure and reliable mechanisms to provide digital verification. In other words, which could be a solution to fight against this huge problem? So we see that the vaccine is the antidote against the virus. So verification is the antidote against fake information. And now we can see a concrete example of how verification can be implemented in many ways. We see here a European citizen stating that he studied economics. Can we trust in this information? Can we trust in this claim? Can we prove if the information is true? First, for example, we can search in Google if this information is true. We can quickly obtain some information, but the added value of the information, the reliability, the trust in the information is not very high. Then we can ask to provide a PDF version of the diploma. This procedure will take some time. We can achieve a higher level of trust, but as you know, a PDF can also be modified and faked. For a higher level of trust, we can ask for a paper document, the paper version of the diploma. We have more trust, but it will take some time. And we can also contact directly the university. So we can see that we are achieving higher level of trust and confidence in the information, but we have to execute procedures that are costly and take more time and effort. So based on this quick assessment, we will see that the optimal solution will be in the first quadrant. So solutions that are providing the best level of trust and confidence are solutions that are at the same time quick and easy to implement. For example, we can trust in service providers that could play this role of providing a quick and secure verification as they are controlling the data and the sources of data. But with this approach, we are following the current situation that we have today, a huge dependency and concentration of power and information in non-European Union data providers. These service providers, for example, they can cancel account, or they can ask for a high fee or restrict the access to the information. The question here, can we use Web3 technologies like blockchain, verified credentials, and digital wallets as an alternative to these service providers? Can these technologies provide an easy, cheap, and secure way for the verification of digital information? So this is exactly what we have been implementing and testing in EPSI. We have piloted and executed different tests, different pilots with public bodies, companies, citizens, and also internally in the European Commission. So the question here, can these technologies be the reply to the verification solutions that the society is demanding? This is in practice the model that we have implemented in EPSI. So we have citizens, companies that they own information. This information can be stored in digital wallets. We have some actors, issuers of this information, that they are storing the public keys, their accreditations in blockchain. And we have verifiers that are accessing to the information that is provided by citizens using digital wallets. They are accessing to the information to verify, for example, this verified credential using the information that is stored in blockchain. In FC, we are following a minimalistic approach to register information on-chain. And thanks to this model, we are implementing what we call calling home, the verifier asking directly to the user of this information. The information is obtained by a decentralized network, a blockchain network provided by the member state. So thanks to this, we are providing a privacy-preserving solution for the verification of information. The EPSI solution, the EPSI initiative, is based on a set of technical foundation. We have created the verifiable credential framework, which is a whole set of specifications to issue, revoke, and verify digital credentials, but also to link a legal entity with the credential or to digitally sign, aligned with European and international standards. We have implemented also a whole set of specifications for wallets to facilitate the interoperability between them. We have designed a trust model for issuers, which is flexible enough to represent the digital trust in different domains, storing trust anchors in the blockchain. And we have also deployed a set of networks based on blockchain technology to act as a public decentralized infrastructure, very secure, and with a high level of resilience to provide a source of information. We mentioned that in EPSI, we are implementing a trust model. Basically, we can see here that we have implemented the same model that we have built in Europe all these years. So we have actors that can do things, for example, issuers to create digital credentials, and we have other actors that are accrediting this actor to issue these credentials. So following the example of a digital diploma of a university, we can see that the root of trust, the trust anchor, will be the Ministry of Education, for example. They can accredit other actors, for example, regional bodies that will at the same time accredit, for example, public universities to issue verifiable diploma. All the information, all the trust chain can be stored on blockchain. And the question is, why blockchain to register these trust anchors? Why blockchain as an implementation of an electronic ledger has been selected by EPSI as the relying technology to implement these trust anchors? The question is quite easy. If we look for the desirable characteristic, the desirable properties of an implementation of a digital trust infrastructure, we can quickly agree that we will need a set of properties like the resilience, avoiding a single point of failure. The information should be highly available and with offering a high level of performance, implemented in a common format that can be human readable, machine readable, very easy to access, scalable, resistant to cyber attacks. Decoupling the issuance from the verification, what we said to avoid the calling home, presenting privacy and security concerns. And, if possible, the implementation of a canonical set of data records, a canonical proof of historical information. For example, a university, this is the current public key to verify a diploma, but also being able to access to the public key that was valid 1 year ago. So if we follow different models to implement these trust anchors, we can see that the information can be stored in static files, can work for some initiatives today. But if we are adding the business requirements and security properties that we have seen, if we add, for example, synchronization, replication, traceability, accountability, we can go to a model that is closer to a distributed database. But if we are adding all these properties, we are easily reaching the model that is implemented by a DLT, by a distributed ledger technology. For example, blockchain, that is the model that we are using in EPSI, a network provided by the member state and supported by the European Commission. If we quickly think these security properties, we can see that if we are using a static file that is signed, it's providing some security properties that maybe can be valid enough, for example, integrity, authenticity, and proof of existence. If we add some security properties, for example, the information is replicated, distributed, resilience, and is offered under a high performance, we can advance to the model of the distributed database. But if we implement a solution based on blockchain, we can achieve other properties like the accountability, who is doing what, a chronological set of data record, an immutable registry where the access management is provided in an accountable way and incorporated out of the box by the blockchain technology. The information is stored in an immutable registry, so the information cannot be deleted. And the integrity and the tamper-proof protection is provided by the network itself, not by single nodes. And just to mention that if we want to implement this trust anchor on blockchain, this is complementing the traditional public key infrastructure, the traditional PKI model, what is known by the model of the distributed PKI. And I can quickly explain here. In EPSI, we are storing the accreditation, for example, of a university and the public key of a university in blockchain. The accreditation is linked to the cryptographic identifier of the issuer, which is known also the DID or the decentralized identifier. Thanks to this model, the issuer can rotate as many times as they want the public key. The information is stored in the ledger, in the blockchain, it's always there. We are keeping an immutable registry to store the chronological set of data records, so the verifiers can come back in time and obtain the public key that was valid, for example, 1 year ago. And if we compare an electronic ledger with other trust services, we can see that, for example, we have electronic signatures or electronic seals that they are ensuring authenticity, integrity, and non-repudiation. We have timestamps that is ensuring the proof of existence, but we have the role of the electronic ledgers that they are providing immutability. Ledgers are ensuring that the information cannot be removed or modified. The ledgers, like blockchain, they are also providing a chronological sequence that ensures the verification of data in the past. And a model based on this example of a distributed PKI, based on verifiable attestations and decentralized identifier, is implying that if a key is compromised, the issuers can minimize the impact as less verifiable credential will be signed with same key. So we are providing an easy and quick key rotation. So the accreditation, for example, of a university is linked with this identifier, what is called the decentralized identifier, a meaningless identifier, and the issuers can rotate as many times as they want their signing keys. So as you can see, this is an example. We can issue digital diplomas, for example, a university. And the accreditation is fixed on blockchain. The accreditation link with a university is stored in the blockchain. The university, they can rotate every day, every month, their signing keys. They can rotate the information regarding the public key on chain. And therefore, if the key is compromised, the impact of this eventual compromise of the private key is minimized as less verified credential will be signed with the same key. And just to comment here that the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure, EPSI, is aligned with the model of an European and sovereign open source and resilient blockchain initiative. So as you can see, we are presenting here the different components of a full stack. So we have infrastructure that is managed by the European Commission or by the member state. We are building a decentralized and sovereign blockchain network over this infrastructure. And upon this, we are providing software, for example, wallet conformance testing to ensure the interoperability between wallets, a set of orchestration tools and dashboard that are managed by the European Commission to manage this blockchain network. We are providing an image, which is called the EPSI node, that this virtual image is shared with the member state, and they are implementing this node into their data center, into their virtual instances. Upon this, we are building a set of specifications, the EPSI verifiable credentials for issue, store, and verify verifiable credentials, and a set of services, for example, conformance services for issuers, wallets, and verifiers, a set of tools to orchestrate the network, the EPSI trusted registries to store all this information that we have commented before to allow the digital verification of information. And what is ongoing now, we are implementing a tokenization platform for new use cases that are based on digital tokens. This initiative, EPSI, our specifications and our network, it has already been tested by more than 25 projects. We are presenting this information like in a triangle of verification of documents, of people and companies, verification of products and information related with traceability, and verification of legal entities. So that's all from our side. Thanks a lot. You can contact me, and you can contact our colleagues in the functional mailbox of the European Commission, also obtain more information regarding EPSI in the website. So thanks a lot.
I am Vicente Andreu, and I'm a policy officer in DG Connect H4, DG, a different DG that one that José Manuel who has just intervened belongs to. We are dealing with. I work in a unit that is called Digital Identity and Trust, and we are basically devoted to the development of the new EU Digital Identity and Trust Services framework. I will try to present it very briefly because there is a lot to explain on it. But first, let me speak about. I will give you an overview of the whole framework. Then we will spend some time talking about what is the EU Digital Identity Wallet, what is the concept of the EU Digital Identity Wallet, and I will try to talk also about the trust services, the new ones that have been introduced by the new framework. And finally, I will give you some hints on the international cooperation that the Commission is currently envisaging around this digital identity framework. So let's start with an overview of the EU Digital Identity Framework. The Digital Identity Framework is based on three main pillars. The first one are trust services. The second one are eIDAS schemes. Member states must notify the European Commission their electronic identification schemes that already existed with the previous regulation. And the new element of the new framework that entered into force last year was the EU Digital Identity Wallets. EU Digital Identity Wallets will be issued by member states. They will be built to a common set of standards and specifications. And currently we're developing the technical regulations and specifications that are needed to implement and develop them. How are we developing this new digital identity framework? We have been working during the last years in parallel in the legal and governance side of the framework and on the technical side. On the legal side, we have developed the regulation, and we are currently finalizing the adoption of some implementing acts that contain, as I mentioned before, some or most of the technical specification and requirements for the development of the framework. We have created also a governance framework that is basically represented by the European Digital Identity Cooperation Group, where all member states, different levels are being represented. And on the technical side, we have been developing a toolbox which contains an architectural reference framework and listing of best practices that have been consolidated around the wallet. And we have built a reference implementation, a prototype of the wallet that has been tested in large-scale pilots, that is being tested also in some specific co-creation events. One of them will take place in December in Brussels, a launchpad event around the wallet. And we are working also in parallel in the integration of all the elements, because the EU Digital Identity Wallet basically pursues to offer a safe, reliable, and private means of digital identification for EU citizens, but it has three main functionalities that are the ones that you have now in the slides. The wallet will enable citizens to identify and authenticate both online and in proximity use cases. The wallet will be able to store and share data, basically what we call electronic attestation of attributes in the framework, but you can understand that as digital credentials. And the wallet will be also will contain also the functionality, will implement the functionality of electronic signature, and will allow citizens to issue electronic signatures at the highest level of trust, at the qualified level. So these are the three main functionalities. The wallets will be issued mandatorily by member states. They are free for citizens, and citizens may use them on a voluntary basis. Member states are mandated, they are obliged to issue at least one EU digital identity wallet, but citizens may or may not use this digital identity wallet. The wallet will be accepted throughout the Union. Any digital identity wallet issued by a member state to citizens or residents will be valid throughout the Union. And there are some obligations for private and public service providers to accept authentication and provision of attributes by this digital identity wallet. And one fundamental aspect of the wallet is that we have put the focus on security and on privacy. Citizens that use the wallet will always have the control over the data that they are sharing. So the wallet will be designed, not only the wallet, but the ecosystem of the wallet and the interaction with any relying parties is being designed in order to protect identity, to protect personal data, and to protect the security of the digital assets that the citizen may store in these identity wallets. As I mentioned before, there will be there is a mandate for member states to issue at least one digital identity wallet, but there is not a provision stating or establishing that each member state can only provide one digital identity wallet. Member states are free to decide to which digital identity wallets they are able to issue their electronic identification means. So there may be more than one. There may be more than one digital identity wallet per member state. All these digital identity wallets will be interoperable among them, and all of them will respond to a single set of specifications. They will be based on the reference implementation that I've mentioned before. The reference implementation of the wallet is open source, and the code and the reference and the architecture and architecture and reference framework are both available on GitHub. So at the end of my presentation, you will see a QR code where you can read or scan, and it will take you to our website where you will find links to all this information also. So that's the situation, or that will be the situation, because wallets will be issued during 2026 by member state. There is a mandate that all member states must have issued wallet to their citizens or put them at the disposal of their citizens by the end of 2026. So where we are right now, finalizing the legislative process because we are after the entry into force of the regulation, there was a mandate for implementing secondary regulation. More than 25 implementing acts have been adopted since November 2024. We are currently finalizing them, and we expect that by the end of the year, all the secondary regulation will have been adopted by the Commission. We are evolving the wallet technical specification. The slide says that we have just published the version 2.5 of the architectural reference framework, but I think that we have just published or are about to publish the version ARF 2.6 with some additional functionalities. And also we will publish by the end of this year the final production ready release of the prototype of the wallet reference implementation. So what we have done also is to test this reference implementation that I have just mentioned in large-scale pilots. A first round of pilots have already been completed. There were 4 pilots that were run for the last 3 years, and 2 new pilots focusing on very specific areas in banking, payments, digital travel credentials, and the use of the wallet for businesses have just been launched or are in the process of being launched these days, this same week in Paris yesterday and the day before yesterday. One of these large scale pilots was launched, and there is another one. Sorry, I forgot the name. They are not yet familiar to me, but there are 2 pilots that are currently being launched. We are also working on a strategy of certification. All the wallets will need to be certified. First, responding to national schemes, but there is a common scheme under preparation, and all the wallets will need to be certified against this scheme. And aligned with the development of the technical specification, we have developed also a strategy for standardization. There is a standardization roadmap to support the efforts of the UDI wallet that we expect to be completed also by the end of 2025. We have interacted with the European standardization bodies, with ETSI and with CEN, for developing standards that were needed in order to make possible the communication and between the different elements of the wallet, or between the wallets and the relying parties, or among all these components of the wallet ecosystem. And finally, we've identified a set of use cases for which we are developing manuals of use cases. Some of them have already been published, like the one for mobile driving licenses, but there are many other use cases we are working on. So you have in this slide a very brief or very summary explanation of presentation of what are the main areas in which we foresee a role for the wallet, from access to government services to signature of contracts, applications for age verification, payments, health-related application, mobile driving license, I've already mentioned. And we have also surveyed what are the main expectations of member states regarding these use cases. And you can see here in this slide that there is a huge interest in some of the use cases. For instance, the mobile driving license. It's an interest that exists not only inside the EU, but also in third countries. Also, a huge interest in facilitating age verification, and also in other use cases that you can see there, health, e-prescription, identification of patients, and all these things. So as a summary of the wallet, I am going to show you some information on the large-scale pilots that have already finalized. They have tested the wallet in these specific use cases: payments, mobile driving licenses, health-related use cases, access government services, opening bank accounts, registration of telephony cards, organization ID, travel credentials, education, and social security. So that's what I wanted to tell you about the wallet. And now let's move to the part of trust services that are also part of the digital identity framework. When we talk about trust services, we think about electronic signatures immediately, but trust services are more than electronic signatures. Electronic signatures, electronic seals, electronic timestamps were already present in the previous digital identity framework in eIDAS 1. They refer to a range of electronic services that are designed to provide security, privacy, and reliability for electronic transactions. And the framework establishes the conditions under which these services must be provided in the European Union. So together with electronic signatures, you will see in the slide that we have, not we, but the regulation creates new trust services, such as the electronic attestation of attributes that are pretty much related to the credentials described by José Manuel previously in his presentation. There are other services that can be also interesting, like the electronic archiving or the preservation of electronic signatures, electronic seals, or certificates for electronic signatures or seals. And an important one also can be the recording of electronic data in electronic ledgers. So these trust services are the ones that we are trying to integrate with the EU Digital Identity Wallet and with the eIDAS schemes, and build around them the wallet ecosystem, or the European Digital Identity Framework ecosystem. And in order to finalize my intervention, I will speak a bit about about the possibilities that we envisage for international cooperation on the basis of the digital identity framework. I will be very, very brief in this, but try to explain to you what are our main plans. We have identified two possibilities. Really, there are three possibilities for international cooperation. One of them is around the EU DI wallet. The second is around trust services. But there is a third leg of this, that is international cooperation on standards for UDI wallets, or for wallets in general, and the standards for trust services, in which we have already opened a different thread for international collaboration. But if we stick to the trust services or the UDI wallet, I must say that for trust services, there is a provision in the regulation that establishes conditions for the mutual recognition of qualified trust services with qualified trust services provided in third countries. So we have an objective there of promoting mutual recognition of qualified trust services to create a global trust framework. We can acknowledge that trust services provided in third countries are equivalent to qualified trust services provided in the EU, and adopt a legal act in order to formalize that the recognition, the acknowledgement of that equivalence. This is something that has not been yet done, but which is in our plans, and we are going to start working on that very, very soon. When in fact, what we have done with regards to trust services, we have designed a two-step approach in which in a first step, we analyze and compare the electronic signature and seals framework from third countries with that of the EU and try to align them with the collaboration of the authorities of the third country and based on a reciprocal treatment by the authorities of the third country. And we have already put in production a third country's trusted list that allows for the validation of electronic signatures coming from abroad, from outside the borders of the EU. And there are some countries that have already been included in this third country's trusted list. It's the case of Ukraine or Moldova. We're already working, and works are very advanced with Egypt, for instance, with Albania or Bosnia-Herzegovina or Serbia in the Western Balkans. We are working also with some countries in South America, Uruguay, Brazil, but we're promoting this mutual recognition because our objective in this aspect is to create a global trust framework where trust services offered in different parts of the world are legally valid and interoperable among them. On the other side, on the possibilities that the EU Digital Identity Wallet offers, it's a bit more difficult because as it is currently designed, the wallet is limited for its use outside of the EU. The wallet relying parties must be registered in a member state, and that's a serious handicap for the use of the wallet outside of the borders of the EU. But we are happy to spread our model. As I mentioned before, both the architectural reference framework and the reference implementation of the wallet are open source, are publicly available. Anyone can take advantage of it for testing or for other purposes. And we are happy to share that information and to support it. We are also happy to explore technical interoperability with similar solutions or complementary solutions from other third countries. And we are doing that on the basis of pilot projects on test environments. We are not doing real life pilots because of that limitation that I have explained at the beginning of this part of my explanation, that the wallet is limited for its use outside of the EU. And I think that's all I wanted to share with you today. But if you have, you need more information, or you have curiosity for knowing more about the EU Digital Identity Wallet that we are developing, you can visit our website and, as the slide says, discover how the wallet works. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You'll not be able to hear a round of applause here because I think Zoom actually filters out. But could we have a round of applause? And could you just stay for a few minutes? Do we have any questions from the audience? Any questions overall? Oh, we've got one right up there, right up the back. Just give me a little minute. There we go.
Hi, the question I've got here is regarding the sort of the digital documents on the blockchain. So as I understand it, so academia can store, say, certificates on the blockchain, but say other organizations, they need to store the identifier. Is there an issue of orphaned documents, for example, say 20 years down the line, the actual document that's referred to on the blockchain no longer exists? Is that something that you guys have thought about in terms of, you know, how these documents are recovered, or is there a safe, secure store where they can be retrieved from?
Well, I think this is a question more for my colleague, José Manuel, but I don't know if he's still present in the meeting.
No, I think he maybe left. Maybe I can answer it to some extent. So the public key is stored on the EBSI blockchain. So if a university signs with a private key, then there'll be a signature on the document that they signed it, and then an employer just has to check the public key on the certificate. So nothing needs to go onto the blockchain at all. This is like a PKI system with a blockchain.
Yeah, the concern is that document, say, for example, it's a product specification, you know, I don't know, ingredients, for example, on a food product. That document now, it becomes orphaned. So you've got the key, but no document.
So the document will be held by the citizen in their app. So they will hold it themselves. You can use IPFS if you want the document to live forever if you want, but the citizen will hold the document. And if they delete it, then obviously that's their problem. Any other questions? Can I ask one? What's the chance of the UK and or Scotland becoming part of EID and eIDAS too?
Well, as I mentioned, there is a possibility for mutual recognition of trust services, and that would be something that would be easily reachable because for what I know, the regulation of trust services in the UK has not changed much since Brexit. So as you are of the UK is still following the same standard and using an electronic signature framework pretty much aligned with that of the EU because they were part of the eIDAS one ecosystem. That would be relatively simple to achieve. In the case of the digital identity, that is something that right now it's not achievable. I must be very clear with this because the wallet has not been designed to be used outside of the EU. There are serious concerns for sharing identities or mutual recognition of digital identities with third countries, and for trusting in relying parties that are not based in the Union. Of course, it's not probably it's not the case of this concern that is not originated by the case of the UK, but there is a general treatment for all relying parties based outside of the EU. This is probably something that we'll need to think about in the Commission and study possibilities for let's say solving that problem, because we are conscious that the use of the wallet outside of the EU is an important part of the adoption of the wallet. But right now the situation is what it is. We will need to think about it, and we will need to put in place solutions for that. So that's it. Easy on trust services, a bit more difficult on digital identity and wallets.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, certainly for economic development, it would make a lot of sense to make sure that we had frictionless trade and identity between our systems. Great. Well, we've got one question right up the back there. Just one more question, and then we'll let you go.
Hello. Yeah. So my question was around the digital wallets. You said the states can have more than one wallet. Can a third-party service provider create a wallet, or is it only the government bodies which are going to create the wallets for the users or citizens?
Yes, it's up to the member state, up to the government of each member state to decide on which wallet they can issue their electronic identification means. So they will decide. The wallets must be certified and must comply with the requirements set in the regulation, but they cannot. It's up to them to decide. They can decide to issue electronic identification means only on a wallet that is issued by the government, and in that case they will have just one valid digital identity wallet in that member state, or they can accept certified wallets provided by providers, third-party providers, and decide that they can issue their electronic identification means to those 3 wallets. And in that case, there will be 3 valid wallets in that member state, but all of them need to be interoperable and will be accepted in all the EU.
Thank you.
I see also some questions in the chat. I don't know if you want me to answer them. Those related with post-quantum cryptography, of course, we are taking that into account. There is a general strategy of the Commission for post-quantum cryptography, and it will affect all the elements of the ecosystem, not only the wallet, but also the trust services. And there is another one related to the deadline for member states. How many of them will meet the deadline? I cannot answer that. I don't know. I must say that we're progressing, and some member states have done already good progress towards that aim, and probably they will be able to deliver a wallet to their citizens by the end of 2026, but I don't know whether it will be 100% of them or only a part of them. And there is a third question about Turkey. The situation of Turkey is pretty similar to that of the, in general, is the same for any third country, unless there are a specific arrangement for the accession to the EU, and in the framework of the accession process, there is a moment where our intermarket treatment is granted in this aspect. The general approach is the one that I mentioned before: possibility of mutual recognition of trust services if they are aligned enough and they are equivalent to those provided, to qualify ones provided in the EU, and only testing or piloting on the wallet.
Thank you very much. Any other questions in the room? No. Great. Thank you so much for joining us remotely. It was great to have you here. Really insightful presentation.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, so my name's Nick Lambert. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called Doc Labs. We're a decentralized identity. We've created a decentralized identity and verification platform called Truvera. And today I'm going to talk about how many of the tools that we've been mentioning today in a lot of the talks, things like wallets, verifiable credentials, decentralized identifiers, and how these can be used and adapted to head off quite a big problem that's about to kind of emerge into the world of agentic commerce. So during this talk, I'll present not only the theory behind agentic commerce, how we got here, but I also wanted to do the one thing you probably shouldn't do in a talk, and that's risk a demo at the end. It is only a Figma demo, so it should go okay, but I thought it would be good. I'm certainly a visual learner, so I thought that would be helpful to see how it actually might look from a user perspective. Yeah, so if you're like me, you hate the monotony of booking travel. It's very, very tedious. It's very, very time consuming. And if you make a mistake, it's very expensive and potentially very inconvenient as well. But imagine a world where a digital agent is negotiating a flight upgrades, booking a hotel room all while you're sleeping. It sounds like a really good place to be to me. And for people that are maybe not that close to agentic commerce, I know we have lots of different interests in the room. This type of approach might seem kind of far off, but I'd say those that are quite close to agentic commerce will know that this is fastly becoming a reality. And we're seeing the benefits of AI, not just within travel booking. We're seeing it across lots of different kind of systems, support, and e-commerce solutions. But I'll focus much more on travel today. But this has not happened overnight, this sudden move. So let's see how we got here. And so firstly, we had the notion of things like chatbots that are kind of helping us out, you know, online within social media and things like that. We've got very used to these types of services. And we kind of refer to that as kind of a level of automation for us. We're also seeing tools like, I mean, how long ago does it seem that Alexa and Siri happened? It seems like we've had them forever. Kind of voice assistants that are kind of helping us through our lives. And then we start to get to a level of, you know, autonomy, which you would see within B2B services. So IBM Watson X, for example, can actually source suppliers, negotiate contracts, and things like that for you. But now we're moving into this world where when you start to give AI access to things like APIs, data, and soon to be payment rails, you start to get to a world where these things start to become economic actors in their own right. They're not just assistants anymore. And so this next economy that we're moving into will not be just having human participants, it'll have non-human participants, and it will have it at massive scale. But there is a significant problem around this. So when we take humans out of a loop, how do we ensure their authenticity, accountability, and their consent as well? So to try and put this into some context for you, how does a platform such as a travel booking site like Expedia or Booking.com know that the agent showing up to make a purchase actually represents a person? And actually, who is that person that it's representing? And how does a user ensure that an agent can only book flights with a certain airline and at a certain time? And how does it also restrict the agent's privileges? Like, so what it can do for an individual? Can it just book flights? Can it change your account information? Can it change your payment details? These are things that we need to address. And as many have talked about today, there's actually quite a big problem around the trust of AI agents. But if not helped by the fact that it's used quite commonly with fraud. So we're seeing a lot of agentic fraud taking place, synthetic identities, and that is obviously hampering people's trusts in the technology, even of course, given the fact that typically technology is quite neutral and the AI is also used for combating fraud as well. We're seeing also things like synthetic identities. LexisNexis reported about there's 2.8 million of these things in the UK. Use the term Frankenstein because it's taking bits of real identities and merging them together into new ones, and they're taking out loans and generally costing the economy and companies a lot of money. And then interestingly, only 24% of consumers actually are trusting agents to work on their behalf. It's not just companies that are feeling this distrust, it's humans as well. And even amongst kind of forward-thinking tech executives, probably some of the people that believe in technology the most, and probably for a large part fairly risk-averse, quite a large percentage have grown distrustful as well. So traditional fraud prevention is reactive and centralized, and it doesn't scale well to autonomous systems. When we talk about scale, it was mentioned in one of the earlier talks today, I forget who it was, but we're not talking about one agent for one person. I think it was 45 or something was the number mentioned today. So we're going to have multiple agents that are representing us online. If you also think about the fact that agents don't sleep and we sleep, so you're going to have a significantly high percentage of traffic is going to be non-human. And also, we need to empower agents safely, and we need this trust to become verifiable, by which I mean, if an agent is working on behalf of a human, the relying party or the site that agent is going to book a service, they can instantly know who they're representing without any delay. So the Agentic Trust Stack, so we're using a lot of the tools, and this is the approach that certainly we're taking at Doc Labs. We think it's a kind of very elegant solution to use technology that already exists to try and kind of deal with this issue of identifying agents. And we have decentralized identifiers that we've talked about quite a lot today. These will replace centralized and static accounts. Verifiable credentials, again, I think it's been mentioned in absolutely every talk. And again, we would use those to make these verifiable claims. And also wallets as well, again, mentioned many times. And these will be wallets not only for individuals, but also agents need to have their own wallets. So if you think that adds a layer of complexity, it certainly does. but we also need to know where the individual ends and the agent begins. And so that if something were to go wrong in a transaction, we know where the problem lay and where, of course, the liability lies. And finally, something that's not been talked about too much today is delegated authority, kind of somewhat similar to power of attorney. So I need to, as a person, delegate my authority to the agent to work on my behalf. So I'm going to show a kind of just run through this diagram, which is tricky because I actually can't see very well. But at the center, we have a human kind of going towards, in the top left corner, initiating contact with an agent, which is over on the right-hand side. Key part of this process is the individual or the user needs to go through an identity verification process. That's the core of all this. We need to have this needs to be grounded in the real world and some reality there. So we go through a KYC process. We can actually also bring biometrics in that for high assurance use cases, and they can be embedded inside credentials. And then so over on the left-hand side now, you have the human, and directly underneath them, they have their own credential wallet as this flow. And I'll run through this in a demo so you can actually see how this would look from a user perspective. But then you have the user then not only passing to the agent, which is kind of partway down on the left-hand side there, and its wallet, it's not only passing down its authority to act on the user's behalf, it's also embedding inside of that the user's KYC and potentially biometric as well. And you wouldn't put the actual biometric, you'd put a template in there, but ultimately you would be passing the ability for the agent to identify to the site who it's representing. And then finally, you can also in the form of verifiable credentials, pass over the preferences that you want the agent to book for you. So that might be your travel preferences in this example. So let's flip over and see how this looks.
Today I'm going to show you how we can solve a fundamental problem related to agentic commerce that's about to grow exponentially. There's a critical infrastructure gap when agents are working on our behalf. How does the service or website know who the agent is representing and what they are able to do on our behalf? Not addressing this problem will cost probably hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud and potentially lead to an erosion of trust between consumers and businesses toward AI agents. We're going to show this today in a demo, and I'm going to introduce you to Atlas AI, which is an intelligent travel agent that can handle complex booking tasks. I'm also going to introduce you to Sarah, who's obviously a fictitious character, who is a business consultant regularly traveling between San Francisco and New York and who is looking to remove the mundane task of booking travel. So in the demo, Sarah is going to create an account with Atlas AI given the nature of the service that it provides. So you can see that on the screen now. So to start this onboarding process, she can either use a kind of regular KYC process that we're all familiar with, or she can actually use her mobile driver's license or MDL. She's going to use the latter in this instance, and she'll select that and then use the QR code on the screen to present that MDL to Atlas AI to onboard into the process. Now that she has that onboarding process complete, Sarah is going to pass on her travel preferences. As you can see, she's passing on the route information, the times that she wants to travel between, her budget, and a selection of airlines that she is comfortable using. She's going to select Awesome Airlines because she's had a good experience there before. She also needs to log into Awesome Airlines, so she's going to go ahead and do that right now and sign in. Because she just wants Awesome Airlines to book the flight, she doesn't want any of these other options, she'll deselect those. But importantly, she will need to agree and accept the terms and conditions that Awesome Airlines require. And then she's going to save and confirm these travel preferences. These will be saved as verifiable credentials in Sarah's cloud wallet. The importance of using these credentials here is that they provide a cryptographic proof that the agent is acting on behalf of Sarah to the service, and also who Sarah is, because of course she went through that identity verification with the MDL at the start. It's also providing the permissions, the things that the agent can do on her behalf. She's creating a precise delegation. She's not giving this blanket access to everything. So she's really putting these guardrails around Atlas's AI's capabilities. And it's doing this in such a way where it's user controlled and privacy preserving. And so now, now that that's done, Sarah is going to go ahead and trigger the booking, which she does through the prompt. And you can see there Atlas AI processing that requirement on her behalf. And it completes the booking here. Now Sarah is going to expand the scope of the booking, going to add some complexity, and she's going to actually go ahead and also book some car hire related to the same trip. And so what we're doing here, it's important to note, is she's not asking for new identity verification. She's simply expanding the scope of the delegation to Atlas. So she's going to make that request, and again she's going to run through a travel preference that she's going to pass on to Atlas. It's different obviously from the airline travel, so she's going to put in different budgets, different types of car category, and connect to a different car rental agency, which you'll also log into here. And again, just giving this very precise delegation. And she's going to save those travel preferences. Sarah was able to move much more quickly through this process because she was using verifiable credentials. This meant she was able to update her travel preferences in a privacy preserving way, but didn't need to re-verify her identity to Atlas AI. This made it a much more slick process for the user. So to recap, today on this demo we showed the problem that we solve related to agentic commerce. And we solved it using a combination of technology available at Doc Labs. We used MDLs to enable fast, reliable onboarding. We used a cloud wallet to store the verifiable credentials, and the verifiable credentials themselves to delegate authority to agents and to also manage travel preferences of Sarah in a privacy preserving way.
So demo done, things went okay. So hopefully that gives you some indication of what that would look like from a kind of user perspective. And then, so just kind of recapping here, I think the key thing is that a lot of the tools that we can use, that this is going to be a major problem, and it already is starting to become one. We're starting to see ChatGPT get very close to, it can make bookings today. They're stopping short just about of making payments. And I'd imagine the payment networks are very nervous because they get hit with chargebacks if these things go through, and then there's some quabble over whether it was a legitimate thing or not. But this is absolutely happening at kind of a lot of speed. But the great thing is there's a lot of tools that already exist that can combat this in terms of identifiers, decentralized identifiers, verifiable credentials, and wallets. I actually personally think this will be, Bill, one of the questions you had today about what was the fastest driver of this technology. I think mass scale, I think it's going to be this. The eIDAS wallet is going to be coming December 2026. I think it will be very slowly adopted in Estonia. I think you probably saw that a little bit at the start as well. So I think this is going to drive adoption of this technology significantly. And I think non-human identities will make up the vast majority of activity online very, very quickly. And the sustainability and success of agentic commerce will be linked to how much we all trust it and how much companies trust it. And that is also linked to enabling us the agents to identify themselves and who they represent. The final point I'd make is with agentic commerce, it's not just smarter commerce that's being built, it's actually needing to really redefine how we do business online. And for that, we need a big source of agentic trust. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Nick. And thanks for coming over from Prestwick, which is what I learned. That Nick's been part of our ecosystem all this time, and we'd only just met this morning. So I absolutely agree that the advent of agentic AI is the new frontier, and as we argue and dither over how to roll out trust infrastructure here, we may find ourselves falling behind in the adoption of those technologies. So that's I think that's probably an interesting question to put to our next speaker, Rannar, who will talk about what happens after a country becomes 100% digital. So, Rannar, I will leave that to you to pick up the traces.
Thank you. Of course. Yes. And let's give another round of applause, because I've never seen, having worked with hundreds of startups, I don't think I've ever seen a tech demo go that smoothly. So beautiful work. But yes, happy to have 30 minutes here to talk about what Estonia's status is today, because Very surprisingly, I don't know if I should have been surprised, but seeing Estonia name dropped in almost every single presentation here today is flattering, of course, and a little scary as well, of course. Having to kind of be the role model for many other nations and many of these I guess, success stories. And I'm not here today to give you a perfect picture. Rather, what I'm trying to do is give a realistic picture. So I will run through some slides. They're mostly empty. There's very few words on them, but I will stay on the more human side of things. And after we're done, if you have technical questions about any of it, and then please do ask. And for our participants over at Zoom as well, or on Zoom as well, I will most likely not see your questions. You know, text me, use LinkedIn, or write an email. I'm very sorry in advance. But I feel like in order to understand what it is that we do today, or where we are with the state of things, it's easy to kind of say that, well, Estonia, of course, a small country gets things done quickly, but it's also important to understand why. You know, why did Estonia come out as a digital kind of pioneer, whereas the other Baltic states, Finland, and our other neighbors have perhaps not done quite the same or done quite as well, even though they are now catching up as well. Well, firstly, it's important to understand that Estonia, the national identity is very closely tied to always making something out of nothing. We're very used to being crafty, clever, and using as little as possible. And there's a very kind of, I guess, provincial saying, or a very interesting saying, that we use the whole fish when we cook. You know, everything from the eyes to the tail to the fins has to be used. And when it comes to digitalization and where we are today, that is even more important than it ever has been. Because if we look at what Estonia does with data, we have two of our foundational kind of principles, which are the once only principle and the principle that every single Estonian is the quote unquote owner of their data. As the professor put it before we went on break as well, it is my data, and I want to know what anyone does with it, the government included. So those two characteristics play into our service design very heavily. That every single piece of data, from my birthday to my address to my marital status, exists only once in the eyes of the government. Now, of course, if I go ahead and enter my data into a Facebook or Instagram registration page, if I'm logging into a third-party service, then I'm willingly giving them my data. But de facto, in Estonia, at least in front of or in the eyes of the government, you have only one single source of truth for every single piece of data. And it's verifiable because of the unmutable logs. So if perhaps you've heard about the kind of blockchain-inspired digital systems in Estonia, then the one aspect to kind of note here is the timestamping tool. Basically, the main tool for verifying from my standpoint, from the human standpoint, or from the citizen standpoint, is the data tracker. And the data tracker was built because, in addition to being resourceful, Estonians are also perhaps one of the unhappiest nations in the world. I mean this, of course, in the best way possible, meaning that Estonians have always had this discontent streak. We've seen that this is one of the driving forces behind digitalization. We are a nation of people who cannot sit still. Whether you want to look at the startup numbers, whether you want to look at the simple number of businesses in Estonia. In a country of 600,000 taxpayers, we have around 200,000 companies. So anyone and everyone has a side hustle. You have to do something on the side because, well, what else are you going to do? It's cold, dark, and rainy for 9 months out of the year, so got to find something. But that same sense of discontentment has also been brewed or kind of planted into every single one of us when it comes to the government. And here is where I'll perhaps disagree for the first time with Professor Buchanan as well, saying that Estonians trust the government. We absolutely do not. We have never trusted the government, but we keep badgering them for explanations. And this trust that, well, is earned by the government does not come from a place of simple understanding or simply, you know, a patriotic sense of entitlement. Rather, it comes from a nation of smart people. And this room and our Zoom participants as well know that smart people are very incredibly annoying to deal with. Because smart people ask questions and they require explanations. And in making sure that our citizens are curious and that they ask the question why, we've come to a place today where, you know, if during the panel before, the kind of idea of having to actually listen, the state having to actually listen to its people came up, then, well, for Estonia, this is the reason why. Because we expect you to be critical. We've trained our citizens, our students from very early days to be critical. We want you to criticize and we want you to give us feedback because at least we know you're paying attention. If we saw that our people stopped caring, if we saw that they started to simply trust the process because, well, it's there, it works, and it's quick, we would be worried. For example, the most criticized system or the most criticized service in Estonia, without a shadow of a doubt, has been in use for 20 years already. It's the iVoting system. We've been using internet voting for our parliamentary, local, and European elections for 20 years. In the year 2005, we implemented it. And of course, it's polarizing because it's political. But at the same time, all of those polarizing opinions have brought in some of the brightest and best minds in cybersecurity and some of the best penetration testers as well to find the weaknesses in the system. And does anyone know what the biggest threat is to our digital systems? It's sitting, as always, between the device and the chair. It's you, the person sitting behind you, you yourself. We always see that humans are and always will be the biggest threat in terms of cyber. It's us who are, if we look at what attacks are occurring most often, they're phishing attacks because they're playing to human inattentiveness. A moment of weakness, even in the smartest person, will get you caught. You will accidentally click a PDF that you were not supposed to click. But the best thing that we can do is at least educate you. Try and give you all the tools possible. And at the same time, try and make sure that you pay attention, that you keep asking questions, and that you stay, for the lack of a better word, unhappy. We want you to ask questions. And we do that by, well, again, I'm being rather candid and not really sugarcoating it. But what we do is we treat our citizens like adults. We don't treat them like children and tell them that everything is okay and you have nothing to worry about. When something is wrong, we tell you exactly what happened. This, of course, is not something that we planned on doing from the beginning, but rather what happened in 2007, when Estonia was hit by one of the largest cyber attacks at that time, because of a simple bronze statue that we wanted to move. It was you can imagine that it was a war memorial statue and that one of our neighbors was not very happy with the decision to move that statue. You can look at Google Maps and figure out which one. But what happened then? The attack itself wasn't the important part. What happened, or what the important part was what happened a few days later, when our Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, and Minister of Justice were on the morning news telling our citizens three things. They told us what had happened, which was bad, the current situation, which was even worse, and what was going to happen next, giving us a little bit of hope. Those three little things created the standard, or set the bar for how communication had to be handled between the state and its citizens. This kind of brutal honesty or radical transparency became the norm, and it didn't change. People got used to it, and that was the very kind of that has become the expectation from our side. So in a sense, yes, we like to say that we have a heart and a backbone. That we not only say that we're going to do something, but we're going to get it done, and we're going to get it done quickly. That's not just important on a national level, but on an international level as well. Because if we look at the partnerships that Estonia has formed, the reason that perhaps we are mentioned rather often when talking about digital identities as well, is because we didn't just build something in 2002 that gathered dust on the shelf for 23 years. We've been using it, we've been putting it to work, and we've been exporting those same goods. We saw that Estonia was not solving and still isn't solving unique problems. Every single country in the world hopefully wants its citizens to be happy. We can always argue about what the government actually wants, but at the end of the day, we can hope that they have our well-being at heart. So Estonia has positioned itself as a team player. And as a small country, we know exactly that the stronger your friends are, the stronger you are. So that's why when we see Estonia working with the European Commission on the EU eIDAS 2 framework, when we see Estonian IT companies go abroad and do incredible things, then it doesn't come from a sense of entitlement. Rather, it comes from a sense of getting things done. As I said, we're not ones to sit around and just wait for things to happen. And we've luckily got some numbers to prove it as well. Whether you want to do business with us, whether you're looking at us as a democracy, or as a simple place of trustworthy media, Estonia, for one reason and another, has earned people's trust. And not just our own people, but internationally as well. There's something to be trusted, and we understand that trust is not gained lightly. I won't go into it again, but we see that trust is something that you have to keep winning over and over and over again. And yes, as I'm guessing this is one of the presidents that Peter has met as well. You know, the main man, so to say. We call this president the grandfather of digitalization, the man who brought digitalization to our shores in many senses. And yes, after we became 100% digital with our government services last year, the government gifted us the present of e-divorce for Christmas. On Christmas Day, it was launched. So, and our president said that the true achievement has not been that you can get divorced online. Not to say that we don't care. We haven't seen a major jump in numbers of divorce in the last 10 months. Rather, what has changed, or what we hope has changed through digitalization, is how people relate to each other. What they do and how they get things done. We see that many times Estonians themselves take it for granted, take everything that we have for granted, because we oftentimes forget that things can be done in inefficient ways as well. It takes most Estonians one work trip to another country to realize just how inefficient other countries can be. And then we realize we might have it pretty good, actually. But to talk about, many of the things that have been talked about in a more kind of futuristic light, whereas Estonia has kind of not figured it out, but we've made it work. And we see that since 2002, the ID card and the electronic identity more especially has gathered more and more traction. We started, of course, with it being the kind of central verification tool for you to access basic services. Today, I can walk into my local overpriced coffee shop on the corner and use the same identity card that I use to travel to get a discount. And why is it possible? Well, it's been mentioned, but thanks to X-Road, because the interoperability platform that is X-Road basically provides us with immutable sources of truth. If someone needs to know something about me, they can only ask about very specific parts. The wonderful part about how we manage our private data or our citizens' data is founded on the idea that you actually don't have any business touching my data. What the X-Road allows you to do is to ask questions. Once I give you permission to access my data, you get to ask, is this person 18 years or older or not? Yes or no. Does this person have a criminal record? Yes or no. You don't need to see that criminal record. What you need is verification if I have one or not. Whether you're a bank, a school, or a government agency, everything has been legally bounded that the government organizations that don't have any business asking for specific bits of data don't actually get access to those points of data. So that even ministries who kind of not swap data, but who would need specific sets of data can only get it from one specific place. Whether it's the Ministry of Interior or the Ministry of Health or Ministry of Social Affairs, we see that both of those ministries have to go to the same exact source. What it does for us, or what it has done, is also avoid a single point of failure when it comes to cybersecurity. We see that the attack in 2007 set something up for us, and we understood the importance of decentralization. We cannot have one specific entrance point to all of our data. For that reason, using Dexroad and having decentralized all of the data that exists about every single citizen, it's wonderful because it's anonymized and completely decoupled. We've had 3 or 4 larger data incidents in the last 10, 15 years. And all of those few incidents have ended with a public response that is rather milquetoast. It's very lukewarm because people understand that what was accessed wasn't actually that special. Well, we see that these attacks also target third-party providers that the government systems themselves keep holding, but the counterparts in the private sector oftentimes not fail, but rather they have some security issues. So we see that the electronic identity itself helps us today do everything and anything from my phone. Even yesterday, when arriving in Edinburgh airport, I had to deal with a document because one of my contractors, who's reconstructing my house right now, had a document he needed to sign. Well, I got it done in 15 seconds, and that's a wonderful thing. I mentioned the economic impact, of course, and everything else, but we see that the government, at least in that, because I promised to tell you, or the actual focus of the talk was on what's next and looking at where are we going after digitalizing everything. And we see that the EU wallet itself, we figured out some parts of it, but we still have a ways to go. We don't have the best solution. We simply have a solution that works for us. I was talking over lunch that Estonia is very clever, but we are nowhere near as clever or agile as the Ukrainians. We see that their DIA application with the Trembita infrastructure behind it is incredibly clever, and it's already doing things that the EU wishes. They can get so much done simply through an app that was built out of necessity. And we see that there's a lot of commonalities there, that Estonia has had a need for digitalization. For us, it was not a question of comfort. It was a question of, well, simple resource management. We know that we're a small country and we have few people. Even fewer of those people do qualify to be state officials. So of course, we created the digital state to save time, money, and to not force people to sit in back rooms and simply stamp documents. And in the same way, we understood that in the same way that every single one of you most likely has a smartphone in your pocket, which helps you watch videos, learn things, and listen to music, government should be exactly as close to you. You shouldn't be going around, rummaging around your state portals, trying to find the correct place to apply for a research grant. You should be able to get to that within a moment. We want everything to be as easy for you as possible. But as we are a critical people, we see that a lot of the conversations around digitalization in the last 10 years have actually started to pivot from technological conversations to more ethical and moral conversations. These topics have been covered here today as well. And we see that, with virtual assistants in the future, there's a lot that we still have to talk about, because if I allow an agent built by the government to build or to renew my driver's license or to make doctor's appointments for me, how can I ensure that no data is being lost into third parties? And that is the hard part. Of course, we don't have the universal truth. But what we do have is a pretty good idea of what we want to do with our digital state. We see that digitalization, Dia put it beautifully during our panel, that digitalization is all about empowerment. Digitalization isn't just a tool to turn paper documents into PDFs. Digitalization has always been about making sure that there's an easier, more efficient way of getting things done. And nowhere is it more important to empower people than in democratic processes. Estonians historically are incredibly bad at making our voices heard. There was the singing revolution, then we had 2 referendums, and we've had 1 strike in the last 15 years. We simply, we like to keep to ourselves. So the government had to meet us halfway as well. They built something called the Citizens Initiative portal, which allows every single citizen or every single resident, not just citizen, to draft ideas or to draft proposals for local and state governments for them to ratify them. You see that you have to gain, in a very kind of Kickstarter or very crowdfunding kind of way, you have to gather a specific number of signatures, but it empowers more rural communities to get things done. You don't have to go somewhere and actually put together a document. You can do it collaboratively. People can come together in communities in the countryside or in the cities, and they can get propositions in front of the local or state governments. So we see that it's already helping places, from silly little things like naming a street that used to be named after a Soviet war hero to something more kindly, I guess. And all the way to things like banning indoor smoking. You shouldn't smoke inside. Well, sure, let's see if that gets passed. We cannot guarantee that any of these legislative bills get passed, but at least there's conversations that are happening. We see that we need to, we have the democratic, I guess, right to complain, and we should take it very seriously. I saw someone on Zoom a few presentations ago comment that vote often and early. Yes, Estonian voters are one of the laziest in the country, or laziest in the EU. And why is it? It's because we've made iVoting something that makes people usually question our state sanity boring. Most people have fallen out of love with democratic processes because we've made it about as interesting as ordering food from Uber Eats. We see that more and more young people, for example, are voting in person on paper. They're not doing it because they don't trust the system. They're doing it because they want to feel a certain sense of progress or process. They want to feel special. They want to put on a suit and tie. They want to go out for a drink or for lunch after they voted with their friends. And we see that it's a strange thing to say that we're proud to have made something so boring that people are now turning back to physical mediums. But it's also where we want to be headed. We want to see that, or the next steps for us is looking at a personal government model that exactly in the same way as you get advertisements that are specialized or personalized to you from Google, Amazon, all the other players. We want the government to come to you and provide you with services that are exactly as personalized. Because thanks to the X-Road and thanks to the fact that every single piece of data exists once and is the most updated version of it, we know exactly what our citizens need. Now, the hard part, the difficult conversations stem around how is this data used? We don't want it to be widely spread, so we decided to rather keep it, I guess, a little reserved. Today, we see that there's some processes or some services that are already personalized. A good example here is Parenthood, who you can raise your hands or give me a quick wink or something if you're a parent in the room. Yeah, there's a good third of you at least. And over Zoom as well, I feel the hand raising, so well done. In the case of having a child or a child joining your family, I've heard that it's a wonderful moment in your life. It's also a very stressful moment in people's lives. So the last thing you should be worrying about or dealing with is a government official. And yet, for many of us, that's exactly how the process looks like. That you have to deal with paperwork, even though something absolutely wonderful just happened. Well, we've personalized it in the sense that the moment a child is born, you have 30 days to name a child, but the moment they're born, they get a personal identity code. The personal code is completely unique to them, and what it guarantees is that there's one version of your child. What it also guarantees is that there's a cascade of effects, very similar to what was talked about only moments ago with agentic kind of service providers from the state side. That the moment a child is born, he or she or they are registered to your family. This means that parental benefits start rolling in automatically. Parental leave gets calculated automatically and gets your employer gets contacted about the fact that you will not be showing up to work tomorrow. We see that there's other kind of hidden or less talked about benefits down there as well. On the other side, talking about less joyous occasions, who here has ever been fired? Okay, we're doing very well. Okay, very well. But I'm guessing most of you have swapped jobs, that it's not your first, you're not enjoying your first time round in the employment system. Well, if any of you have been unemployed, it sucks. It is a truly horrendous experience. You don't know what's going to happen next. You have a mortgage, but you don't know how it's going to get paid. Well, we understand that it's a stressful period in people's lives. So when we look at unemployment as well, our unemployment insurance fund automated the whole process. The moment a person is registered as jobless, they get added to a pool of participants in an AI algorithm, which looks at the current job market, which looks at the Estonian job portals and looks for specific trainings for them, suggests them to you, and suggests specific jobs for you. It's completely up to you to apply for them, but they can also put together your CV because they can pull your educational data, they can pull your job history, and of course, they don't know your special skills or whether or not you can juggle, but what they can do is pull all the pertinent data from different databases upon consent, of course, because we see that the more personalized we start getting, the more we start worrying and kind of focusing on consent. We see that today, some registries allow you to consent in and out of specific services. And as we add more of these services, as we see that next year, we're planning some big things regarding buying a house and doing all these strange things, that more and more consent-based services are coming in. It's not just about transparency, but it's also about you understanding what's being done with your data. Because if the data that is processed, that is kind of forwarded then to you, is illegible by anyone except for the people in this room because you are smart enough to understand it, well, it's of no use. It needs to be clear enough so that an English major can understand it as well. But here, I did rattle on for about 15 minutes about what we are doing and what we are going to do. Now, does anyone have questions? You can shout it out. I can just say it into the mic. Oh, there's a microphone already coming your way.
On the selective disclosure piece you were talking about earlier, what was your experience in communicating that to citizens, to the English majors, to make people understand how selective disclosure works? Or did you find there was distrust in the idea that there was just a verification rather than the full information being transmitted?
No, by law, we made it so that you had to disclose anytime a private or public organization needs any kind of information that is outside of their legislative space. They need to basically write a 500-word essay on what data they need, why do they need it, and who is going to use it. We see that those three components of the verification process are very important. Not just telling you when your data was accessed, but telling you exactly when or who accessed it. So in the case of medical data, for example, we can see the name of the nurse who accessed my data, or the doctor or the assistant, whoever, and the reason why, and for what period as well. And that is done in a very humane way. Yes.
So thank you for the presentation. It was really enlightening, and I think to me it sounded like a big MNC trying to take care of the employees and like in a good way. So the question I had was, you mentioned that, based on different life events, automatically things are happening. And that's one of the things which generally people are worried about. If the government intention is not good, they can track almost everything what you're doing. So how does citizens over there feel if somebody bad's come into power, they will not misuse the data that they have?
So we've actually kind of turned the board around on the government in a way. Because here, since the data tracker application itself, I would show you, but I'm not going to mess with this stuff here. Basically, the data tracker sounds as if it's from an episode of Black Mirror, like very, very Twin Peaksy. But in effect, what it is that it allows every single citizen to look at who has been accessing their data. So it's not a surveillance function for the government, rather it's for the citizens to look at the government and look at the corporations. Of course, this only applies to the data sets that the government has on you. So if you've given your data away to third-party suppliers with full consent of them keeping it, you can't see that. Of course, you can request data pullouts through GDPR regulations, but in general, we see that most people worry in a very limited capacity. They worry and they criticize, but we see that data privacy has always been so central to the Estonian society in general that there haven't been too many questions about it. And on the topic of politicians, that's an interesting one because we do have politicians who argue and bicker senselessly. Of course, that's their job, right? In addition to actually standing up for people's rights. But the interesting thing about digitalization has been that there hasn't been too many arguments regarding it. A very human example that I've brought here is that the first service that we digitalized was the tax return. Today, it takes about 90 seconds to 2 minutes for the average citizen to do their taxes. Now, why that service hasn't been disputed is because it does not matter if you're right-leaning, left-leaning, centrist, Green Party, Pirate Party, your political declension does not actually change what you have to do. We see that, since Estonian tax season starts in the middle of February, no one wants to stand in a line outside in minus 25-degree weather, independent of their political leaning. And in that sense, we see that political parties do argue about, or they have had many opinions about some services, but at the end of the day, everyone's understood that digitalization is the way to go. That on a broader kind of spectrum, it makes things more efficient, it saves us money and time, and to kind of fight digitalization, at least in the Estonian context, is a sort of political suicide in some senses.
Thanks for the presentation. It's really interesting how there's this almost like consensual and consultative approach that the government's taken to adopt any of these new technologies. That's something we do quite a lot here as well, the consultation side of it, but maybe it doesn't work as well as it does for you in terms of like responses and people being happy with the results. But I'm wondering if you have any examples of things where, you went through this process and then it was decided, actually, we don't want to adopt this thing. It's too risky, or, it doesn't benefit us enough, or it costs too much or whatever.
The state app is a wonderful example of this. This application has been bounced around in ministerial back rooms for the better part of 8 or 9 years. The initial pitch for the app was inefficient. It was incomplete, and we didn't see the benefit in it. Only a year or two ago did we start to see the actual kind of benefit behind it, because our ministry, or our digital minister or Minister of Digital Affairs changed. And we today see that also the ministry in charge of our digital affairs changed. That up until the January of this year, digital affairs in Estonia were managed by the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications, because the focus was so heavily on exporting Estonia's ICT sector. From January 1st of this year, we switched to the Ministry of Justice, because we saw that with the implementation of, or the widespread implementation of AI and all these other technologies, we needed to update our legislative base and kind of be more flexible and ready for the future. I hope that answered your question. You can specify if there's something that I can get to.
Yeah, I don't know if I can formulate it, but thanks. That's interesting.
Yes. Are we good? Yes. So the question was, where do we see ourselves going in 20 years? Well, looking at the way things are going, and if it proves to be fruitful, this kind of personal government approach, then the view in 20 years hopefully is that we already have a full generation of people who have never seen the inside of a government office. That you don't have to stand in line. There's a better way to do things, that people who understand these processes, but who also get catered to in terms of the services that are provided to them. Because in all honesty, I'm one of the nicer governmental employees. I'm pretty okay. But generally, none of us want to deal with the government. The state generally makes all of us shudder, and we try to avoid them as much as possible. So what we're trying to do is basically automate that. We're trying to make sure that you as a citizen get your services quickly, efficiently, and securely, while also making sure that you are involved in the process. It doesn't happen behind your back. It doesn't happen invisibly. Rather, it happens based on your consent, very similarly to the agentic approach here. So hopefully that's where we're going. Check back in 2045.
I have one last question, if that's okay. I was wondering, how is the journey for adoption across different age groups? Because something we hear here a lot is about, I don't know, the more elderly population and kind of not digital natives and how they might be excluded. How was that in Estonia?
Our elders are surprisingly digital. Of course, that has to do, a little bit of it has to do with the fact that when our digital identity was implemented, the 60-year-olds today were 35 or 36, whatever. So, we see that the older generations are very tech savvy, but that's also due to the educational programs. We launched, as soon as we started the digitalization journey in the middle of the 90s, we launched a couple of educational programs. One of them targeted young people. The other one targeted our elderly. All of them had access to free digital literacy courses through public libraries, through public schools, and the programs are still running because we understand that even in an age where every single one of us is connected to the internet through at least one device at all times, it's still a privilege. It's a privilege to have a smartphone. It's a privilege to be connected to the internet. So we've kept those knowledge centers, and we still keep training our librarians, for example, to be ICT teachers. And we see that it has paid off. But as I said before, sorry to keep hitting the wire. The bigger problem here today seems to be our young people. How do we keep them engaged? Why should the average young person care about what we're doing? Because we saw that in the 2000s, there was a lot of enthusiasm from most age groups because it was new, it was interesting, and it looked like there was a lot of potential there. Today, we have already a generation of teenagers who have always had access to things digitally. They've always done things from a screen. They have never had to deal with standing in a line. It's a wonderful thing, but it's also very classic of someone to be annoyed by teenagers. So we do see that most of our efforts today are going towards teenagers and going towards making sure that they feel included.
Rannar, last question.
Absolutely.
The eIDAS 2 regulation mandates that Estonia will implement a digital identity wallet by the end of next year. Yep. What are Estonia's plans there, and what benefits do you see from that architecture, moving on from your kind of, I guess, early mover advantage?
Well, at this point, we hope that the advantage that we have is a consultant, a kind of consultancy role. That with Estonia moving quickly and having implemented so many of the data privacy laws as well, we're very early on. And now with the eIDAS, EU eIDAS as well, the problem has become that we're waiting for everyone else to catch up. With in the best possible way. we're waiting for the EU-wide usage because, you know, the fact that I can use my identity card or my mobile driver's license for my phone is fun in Estonia, but I don't need it that often. It would be fun to be able to travel. You know, I have a passport on my phone. There's nothing I can do with it. So if we can push through and actually get this thing moving by the end of next year, it'll be wonderful. That we can share our experience and truly, you know, once again, remind people that even though we figured some stuff out early, we've gone through all of the kind of mistakes as well. We've hit every rung or like every branch on the tree while coming down.
Well, Rannar, thanks for making the journey to Scotland, and let's show our appreciation to Rannar. Thank you. So we've come to the end of today. Thanks very much for your attention. It's been a long day, and we didn't quite manage to stick to time, so I do appreciate your patience. I mean, for me, the big highlight of the day has been that we heard about international practice, best practices from all around the world, and really some of the ambition that's driven benefit to some of the economies that we heard about. Sure, India plus the EU, we must be talking about, what's that? 2 billion, a number of billion of citizens who are covered by these national identity infrastructures. And we heard from a couple of great UK companies working in this space who are doing great things, perhaps let down by a more not quite such a crisp and focused identity strategy as we heard from the European Commission today. And we've also heard from a couple of speakers around how the onset of AI and agentic AI is really changing the way that we need to look at identity infrastructure. So I hope that we've been able to today just unpick some of these technologies and policies, and that you can go back to your organizations or to your families and in a better position to inform some of the decisions we have to make as we adopt these technologies. And a final appeal from me is over the next week, do look at our website, the Digital Trust COE website, under Innovation Challenges, and you will see our challenge around digital financial life. And if you're the sort of organization, individual or team who has an idea in that direction, do consider applying. We would love to hear from you and work with you. Final thing, if you'd like to show your appreciation at the end of today, I would do it well on behalf of Vanessa, who is the Innovation Manager here in the Digital Trust Centre of Excellence, whose efforts have really pulled together the great event that we've had today. So thank you.